Chapter 251 Total Annihilation. Part 6. One sword. One sword strike. Master Balin lost an arm, was knocked away, coughed up blood, and crashed to the ground, creating a large crater with his massive body. Dust everywhere. Smoke and gunpowder filled the air. The entire audience was stunned. The two men were fighting, and one of them crashed to the ground, screaming in pain from serious injuries. He stood calmly in place, unharmed, seemingly unperturbed. It was as if nothing had happened. The contrast is so stark that it feels like watching an adult bullying a child. But in reality, Xiandao should be that child, a child who grew up in a poor rural area. Master Kitasato is an adult who grew up in the 9 heavens. My arm, my arm. Master Kitari screamed repeatedly, covering his severed arm with his hand in the pit, unable to believe it. Losing his arm means he will lose a significant portion of his fighting ability in the future, especially since he uses his fists. Unless he finds a miraculous medicine or cultivates an extremely rare technique to heal his injuries. Otherwise, one can only wait until the moment of becoming an immortal to repair one's injuries. That's why Master Kitasato was so heartbroken, in pain, and wailing. 2 monks immediately helped Master Bailey up. He stared at Xiandao with a deathly pale face and venomous eyes, unable to believe that all of this was real. Why? Why are you, a cultivator who grew up in the 10 realms, so terrifying? Why did I suffer such a crushing defeat? Master Balin questioned Xiandao. Why? Xiandao smiled calmly. Because you are too arrogant. The rules are different in every world. In the 10 lands, you have to abide by the rules here. Your upper limit is limited there. This attack of mine only cut off one of your arms. The next attack will take your life, Xiandao sneered. The rule of the 10 lands is that power cannot exceed a certain limit. Once a power beyond the rules is used in the 10 lands, thunder will descend, and the person will be baptized by the lightning tribulation. Those who are weak will die on the spot. Of course, if you can withstand the lightning strikes, then you can use power that transcends the rules. However, Master Balin was not that kind of person. He didn't have the ability to withstand the lightning strikes, so his power was suppressed to the upper limit of the 10 earths. This upper limit is the reason for his failure just now. Dolly Ponwu Fist is very powerful, but unfortunately it was not at its peak. Xiandao was a little disappointed. Master Balin smiled bitterly, unwilling to accept defeat. I never thought I would lose in this aspect. He was very dissatisfied. If he had gone all out, Xiandao would have been the one to lose. Xiandao looked at him and laughed. You don't actually think you can beat me if you fight at your peak, do you? Isn't that so? Master Balin stared at Xiandao with venomous eyes. Joke. You didn't use your full strength, so I used mine? Xiandao sneered, looking at them with disdain. What? You haven't even used your full strength yet. Master Balin stared at Xian in disbelief. Even Master Bowen, who had been wearing a gloomy face, changed his expression. Xiandao was actually hiding his strength. Where did this mysterious masked man come from? How could it be so powerful? I came here today to kill you. If I didn't have any strength, how would I dare to come and kill you all by myself? Xiandao stepped forward and said coldly. Clang, clang, clang. Sword energy appeared around his body. Sanluo sword domain. At this moment, Xiandao unleashed his full power. He didn't want to delay any longer. I'm going to kill you all. I've wasted enough breath on you. Xiandao doesn't talk too much with dead people. Bang. With another step, Xiandao's aura became even more intense, pressing down with overwhelming force, capable of destroying cities and fortresses, extremely terrifying. You want to kill us all? Master Bowen's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. I've said it several times. Xiandao sighed helplessly. But it seems you all just ignore it every time, Xiandao said helplessly. I'm reiterating this one last time. Li Xiandao's eyes turned cold. Crossbound individuals, die. Li Xiandao raised his hand. Clang, 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 clang. Countless sword cries echoed all around, causing people to watch in terror. Behind Li Xiandao, 108,000 swords stood horizontally, pointing at them, incredibly powerful and domineering. At this moment, Li Xiandao is the sword immortal. Master Balin roared. Master Bowen, make your move. If you don't, we're all doomed. Master Bowen nodded firmly and said, let's all attack together. I'll lead the charge, and you all follow closely behind. If we kill this man, I refuse to believe he'll dare to summon a lightning tribulation. Boom. Without hesitation, Master Bowen made his move in an instant, which was extremely terrifying. His punch came straight at him, simple and direct, spreading out flatly. The fist went from dim to brilliant, from dark light to golden light, which was a qualitative change. Great Vajra Fist. This is a Buddhist fist technique, extremely terrifying. When a punch is thrown, golden light flashes, and a Buddha statue over 10 meters tall appears in the sky, making the exact same move as Master Bowen, clenching his fist and smashing it down. Master Bowen is really going all out. He took the lead, followed by 19 monks from the lower realms who roared and rushed out, unleashing their unique skills. Even the weakest person here is about as strong as Lu Qingfeng, and is definitely stronger than the legendary 33 steps. They all attacked in an instant, making no attempt to conceal their strength and unleashing their full power, all in an effort to defeat Li Xiandao. Rumble. Each of them unleashed terrifying energy, which when combined, could shake mountains, shatter clouds, and shatter seas of clouds. Not bad, not bad. Li Xiandao looked at it, not surprised but pleased, and nodded in satisfaction. If I were to kill you one by one, it would be very troublesome. Now that we've all come together, it saves me a lot of trouble. Li Xiandao slowly flew up, with 108,000 swords hovering around him, making him incredibly terrifying and powerful. Die! In the next instant, Li Xiandao waved his hand, and 108,000 sword energies shot out. Rumble! At that moment, a giant bolt of lightning, over 10 meters wide, suddenly struck down from the sky above Li Xiandao's head, hitting him directly and causing him to sway slightly. Li Xiandao was punished for exceeding his power limit. But he managed to withstand it with his bare body. That's the most shocking part. Master Bowen was immediately dumbfounded, and then felt endless despair. No! He roared and was swallowed up by Li Xiandao's 100,000 sword energies. Even the fictional Buddha turned into a sieve at this moment. Rumble. The entire summit of the cliff was transformed into a sea of sword energy, incomparably powerful and beautiful. As for Li Xiandao himself, after being struck by lightning, he immediately restrained his power, causing the heavenly punishment to dissipate. Chapter 252 The Clone and the Original. Part 1. On the mountaintop, corpses littered the ground. The Cross-Realm members of Dolan Temple had once again been wiped out by Li Xiandao. Why don't they take my words seriously? Li Xiandao sighed, shook his head, turned around and took a step out. A complex six-pointed star restriction appeared before him. Li Xiandao's body disappeared, and he returned to the Heaven and Earth money shop. How is Qiu Bai doing? Li Xiandao sat in his chair, thinking silently. With a thought, a scene appeared before Li Xiandao. It was Qiu Bai and Prince Gong Yu of the northern border. They found something amazing. The Ren family is a very large family, and they also have their own influence in the 9 heavens. The large family favored sons over daughters and emphasized inheritance, which made her childhood difficult. This led her to leave the family in her teens to venture out on her own, where she met the prince of the northern border and the series of events that followed. When she returned to her family, she had completely transformed. Using her physical advantages, she obtained a large amount of resources and became a human immortal. Even though she was a woman, she had gained some rights. Ren Ling is a very unique person in the Ling family. She has the power, but she is completely unable to make decisions about the Ling family's affairs. Most of the time, Ren Ling is all alone. After all, she is quite famous. Qiu Bai has the memory of Ren Ling and knows where Ren Ling would be if he were in the Ling family. They took Prince Gong Yu of the northern border directly to a Taoist temple. This is her own secluded retreat for spiritual practice. No one will disturb her, and she can be completely free. Renji really likes this place. Whenever she's free or feeling restless, she comes here to seclude herself and clear her mind, Renji said to Prince Gong Yu of the northern border. Prince Gong Yu of the northern border nodded and said, "When you go in, I will help you guard the surroundings." Qiu Bai nodded, knowing that Prince Gong Yu of the northern border was not easy to meet, given their past relationship. Although they haven't been in contact for 10,000 years, it's still awkward to have the prince of the northern border face or even kill someone. Qiu Bai said firmly, "This matter is a grudge between her and me. She has killed me 12 times, but I only need to kill her once." The two traveled freely on the Ling family's land. Qiu Bai and Ran Ling look the same, and even though their temperaments are different, no one dares to stop them. Some people even pointed fingers and gossiped behind their backs. Who is this man? Who knows? Probably just another one of the old patriarch's new favorites. It's been a long time since we've seen Ancestor Ling bring people back. I thought she had reformed, but it seems she's still the same. As the old saying goes, you can't change what you've got. If the ancestor finds out what you're saying, you're finished. If she can do it, why can't I say it? She has ruined the reputation of the Ling family. If it weren't for her higher cultivation level, she would have been kicked out long ago. The discussion was conducted in hushed tones, at a great distance, to ensure that those at the human immortal level could not hear it. However, Qiu Bai and the Prince of the Northern Border were both at the legendary level, so they naturally heard everything clearly. Prince Gong Yu of the Northern Border sighed, shook his head, and didn't want to speak. Gong Yu arrived at a dojo with a blank expression. This is a bamboo forest, with all sorts of bamboo, green, purple, black. In the bamboo forest, there is an elegantly decorated bamboo house with a crescent-shaped lake in front of it and wooden bridges around it. You can enjoy the scenery here, which makes it a lovely place. Living here gives me peace of mind. Qiu Bai arrived here and went inside first. The Prince of the North stood guard outside and refused to go in. Entering the bamboo forest, although he had never been here before, Qiu Bai knew this place like the back of his hand, and was extremely familiar with it. He walked skillfully to the front of the bamboo house and came face to face with a woman lying in the water. This woman looks exactly like Qiu Bai, except she looks much more mature and dresses provocatively and very boldly. Qiu Bai follows a fresh and natural style. She's all about the mature woman image. It's you. Upon discovering Qiu Bai, the person gritted their teeth and said hatefully, "That's right, it's me." Qiu Bai nodded. "You imposter, how dare you stand before me?" Ran sneered, staring at Qiu Bai with an unfriendly expression. "I was created by your own hands, so how can you say I'm a fake?" Qiu Bai asked. "I created you with my own hands, so I can destroy you with my own hands as well. I just wanted you to learn some unique martial arts in the desolate ancient land to provide me with some reference. I didn't let you develop your own intelligence," he said angrily. "This is something you can't control, and neither can I. Besides, my birth might be a good thing for you." Qiu Bai slowly approached Ran Zhong, and two identical faces came close together, one pure and innocent, the other alluring. One a white lotus, the other a black fungus. "Good thing." He sneered, then suddenly a slap came flying at him.
"You now know all my secrets. Is that a good thing?" the man roared, his face contorted with rage. However, Qiu Bai thrust forward, his chest colliding with Ren's chest, instantly sending Ren flying. Boom. It caused the person to fall directly into the lake. "You know most of what you've done, and you still think you've hidden it well?" Qiu Bai said coldly. He stared at Qiu Bai in rage, utterly bewildered as to how things had come to this. "Your cultivation level?" Qiu Bai smiled lightly and said, The relationship between us is now out of place. My cultivation is higher than yours.
You have killed me 12 times.
I don't need that many. I only need to kill you once. You want to kill me? The words were startling, and the memory of that unparalleled power sent a chill down one's spine. You can kill me because I am an avatar, but if I kill you now, then you'll be an avatar. Xiaobai nodded, and a terrifying energy appeared in his palm. You slut, don't you even think about who gave you this body? Someone screamed. Go to hell. From now on, I am who I am, and I have nothing to do with you anymore. Xiaobai's face turned furious, and he immediately grabbed the man and slammed him hard.
Boom.
The man's body was struck by the power of the legendary 21 steps, instantly losing all defensive capabilities. Her limbs were limp, and her body was aging rapidly. A stunningly beautiful woman was transformed into an old woman in an instant. He looked at Xiaobai with despair. Tell me, why did the people from your family descend to the mortal realm?
Xiaobai asked.
He gave a bitter laugh and said, I don't know, and you won't be able to find out. Xiaobai's eyes turned cold as he said, I can make your romantic escapades known throughout the eternal land. Do you believe me? Staring intently at Xiaobai, he said in a hoarse voice, Life is like a lamp going out. The opinions of those who leave me are nothing but fleeting clouds. If I don't know, I simply don't know. Xiaobai glared angrily at the person. Kill her, there's no need to know anymore. Xiandao transmitted his voice upon seeing this. Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, then a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and the energy in his palm exploded, instantly shattering Ren's heart.
Puff.
It causes the body to tremble, shake a few times, and then die.
Chapter 253 Burning the Divine Vein. Part 2. No one could have imagined that they would die at the hands of their own clone. She tried to kill Xiaobai 12 times, but only succeeded once. 50 years after Xiaobai's death, he was revived by Xiandao. Xiaobai only needs to kill her once, and she will surely die. No one will come to save her. She might have had a sliver of a chance if she were young and beautiful, but now, Xiaobai has shattered her spirit and made her completely old. She might die here and no one would even know. Xiaobai silently looked at the corpse, feeling a strange, indescribable sensation. Easy. Finally, everything turned into a soft sigh, and Xiaobai immediately felt a sense of relief, as the invisible shackles that had been weighing her down were removed. From this day forward, Xiaobai will be her own individual self, no longer an alter ego of anyone else. As Xiaobai slowly walked out of the bamboo forest, she had no communication with the Prince of the Northern Border. She needed to catch her breath. The Prince of the Northern Border understood, drew a six-pointed star with his hand, and left the Ling family with Xiaobai. At the Heaven and Earth Bank, Xiandao sensed that Xiaobai and the Prince of the Northern Border had returned and pondered silently. There are still 3 months until the dragon tooth rice appears. In these 3 months, we need to let them cultivate properly. Currently, none of Xiandao's subordinates have reached the limits of this world. Xiandao wanted to be a master behind the scenes, a big boss, so that whenever something happened, he could let his subordinates handle it while he watched silently. Therefore, Xiandao needs to have very capable subordinates. But now, none of his subordinates are any capable. Although everyone possessed exceptional talent, without exception, their training time was too short. Therefore, Xiandao burned 10,000 years of his life to help them improve themselves. This time, Xiandao plans to burn those 10,000 divine veins as well. Anyway, we can't unlock the 5th mountain peak. Shao Qi once said that in the 10 lands, unsealing 4 mountain peaks is already the current limit, and the 5th mountain peak requires a massive amount of divine veins. So since these 10,000 divine veins are just sitting there anyway, it's better to burn them all together. Listen up, everyone. 10,000 divine veins will soon be burned, greatly increasing your energy. You can cultivate now, seize the opportunity, and improve yourselves. Xiandao transmitted his voice throughout the entire Heaven and Earth Bank. Everyone got excited. 10,000 divine veins. What an enormous amount of energy. It was unimaginable. Everyone quickly entered a state of cultivation, waiting for Xiandao to ignite his divine veins. Xiandao arrived at the forbidden mountain peak and released 10,000 divine veins at its summit. Roar! 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 10,000 divine veins, like true dragons, roared within the heavenly bank, then swiftly entered every place, increasing the concentration of spiritual energy. Rumble! The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth bank doubled instantly, tripled in 1 minute, and increased tenfold in 5 minutes. Still going on. It lasted for a long time, and everyone in the heaven and earth bank could feel that the spiritual energy had liquefied. This means that a single inhale will have a concentration tens or hundreds of times higher than before. It's hard not to make rapid progress when you practice in such an environment for a long time. At this moment, the Chendi money shop fell silent. Everyone is cultivating themselves and improving themselves. The 7 demons were the biggest beneficiaries of this. They had been suppressed for 8,000 years, suffering severe losses that were difficult to recover. But now, with this abundant spiritual energy arriving, they are so beautiful that they are practically dancing with joy. The dragon roared and coiled around a huge rock, raising its head and frantically absorbing the rich spiritual energy around it to replenish its lost essence. The donkey took off running to a deserted mountain peak, where it sat cross-legged like a human, its front hooves pointing to the sky. A surge of spiritual energy seeped into every inch of its skin, making its troubles even more intense. The demonic frog was also frantically absorbing spiritual energy, diligently cultivating itself, striving to reach the limits of this world. The sky-piercing bull exclaimed happily, "I knew our new master would be amazing." That's incredibly generous. 10,000 divine veins ignited just like that. Of course, how could my master, the devouring dog, not be generous? The devouring dog said smugly as it paddled happily in the ocean of spiritual energy. This time I've chosen the right person. The divine eagle spread its wings and soared, continuously absorbing spiritual energy into its body. Big Brother really has guts, the pangolin said excitedly, continuing to dig holes and guide spiritual energy into its body. Their losses are being recovered at a visible speed. Before long, they will be able to return to their peak and then, with the insights accumulated over 8,000 years, break through in an instant. Xiandao now has several more skilled subordinates. Everyone was practicing their cultivation madly, except for Tian Guangming, who came to find Xiandao with great distress. "Master, please help me repair my divine status." Tian Guangming was miserable, his heart was bitter, and he couldn't speak. "I finally obtained a divine status, and it's a woman." After the woman's soul was removed, her divine essence became as small and slow as a puppy urinating. All of this made Tian Guangming sigh, wondering what kind of human suffering he had to encounter. On the Forbidden Mountain peak, Xiandao originally planned to study the restrictions carefully, but then dawn broke, and pitifully, Xiandao couldn't just ignore him. Boom! A slap landed on Tian Guangming's body, sending his soul flying out of his body. Xiandao began to target his divine status. "Bear with it, don't move around recklessly. If you damage your soul, you'll be even more abnormal than you are now," Xiandao said calmly. Tian Guangming was startled. He remained completely still, determined to endure the pain himself. Xiandao studied the divine personality, peeling it apart bit by bit, observing carefully, and discovered the differences in thinking between men and women, with many areas blocked. Xiandao opened up each spot for him one by one. Every time he opened a spot, Tian Guangming's arm trembled with pain, but he still endured it, and his soul remained completely unaffected. Fortunately, Xiandao is fast now and quickly released him completely, turning the babbling brook into a flood relief dam. Rumble! The energy poured down, startling Tian Guangming, who had never experienced such rapid treatment before. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." Tian Guangming bowed in gratitude and left satisfied. Now he would go back and cultivate diligently, and he was sure he could catch up with Monk Tianxin and the others. Looking at Tian Guangming's retreating figure, Xiandao murmured, "Could you unleash a sudden burst of power?" With his long-suppressed divine essence now unleashed by Xiandao, it remains to be seen whether Tian Guangming will continue to struggle or rise up and advance rapidly. Xiandao waited with bated breath. He temporarily set his sights on the restricted mountain peak in front of him. Xiandao began to examine each and every restriction. He read and memorized all kinds of them, from the simplest to the most complex. Xiandao stood with his hands behind his back, watching silently. Remember it. Chapter 254 March. Part 3. On the Forbidden Mountain Peak, Xiandao was completely absorbed in it. The spiritual energy of the entire heaven and earth bank liquefied, and everyone was frantically absorbing it. Only Yi Shang and Shao Qi were not included. Yi Shang has reached the limits of the world and is continuing his cultivation. He will be the first to ascend. But Xiandao didn't want to ascend to immortality so soon, since he hadn't yet obtained the dragon tooth rice. Shao Qi was unable to cultivate, and she couldn't leave the heaven and earth bank, so she silently watched Xiandao. Xiandao looked at the restrictions, which were varied and included all things in heaven and earth, and could be arranged and combined. For a full 10 days, Xiandao recorded all these restrictions. It's etched in my mind. Xiandao thought that was enough, and that he should be able to integrate the restriction into his swordsmanship soon. But after reading it, Xiandao realized he had been too naive. These restrictions are all very basic. Mastering them is like being able to read and write. You know what each individual word is, but once you combine them with other words, you don't know their meaning. Not to mention putting a dozen or so words into a sentence, or even hundreds of words into an article. The same principle applies to the forbidden path. Xiandao then realized how naive he had been. The records on the Forbidden Mountain Peak are all the most basic things. Even if Xiandao learned them all, he still wouldn't become very powerful. He still needs to continue his research. This dedicated study took a very long time. Xiandao was quite calm and focused. The day when the dragon tooth rice would be born was not far off, and he was still here comprehending the great Tao of restriction. A combination of one type of restriction and another. A combination of the 3 restrictions. A combination of 5 restrictions. The power varies, but in principle, the more there are and the better they are integrated, the greater the power. But we also need to look at the attributes, the suitability, and other factors. Xiandao's prophetic talent was fully activated at this moment, and he began to analyze from the source. Little by little, drop by drop, strand by strand, stream by stream. The restriction has been broken, and Xiandao knows the principle behind it, so combining them is very simple. Xiandao sat atop the Forbidden Mountain Peak, unmoved by wind and rain, like a stubborn rock. Countless restrictions appeared around him every moment, only to vanish just as quickly. Occasionally, the restrictions would combine and quickly form sword energy, but it would dissipate in an instant. This is Xiandao conducting an experiment. Every second, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of combinations are created and destroyed. Xiandao silently accepted all of this. He was rushing headlong into a terrifying realm, and no one noticed. There is only one Shaoqi. Xiandao sat upright on the Forbidden Mountain Peak for 3 months, and Shaoqi accompanied Xiandao for 3 months. Since Xiandao began studying the restrictions 3 months ago, he has not stopped. Shaoqi watched with a sense of inexplicable relief. Xiandao was working very hard. This kind of comprehension must make one dizzy and extremely nauseous. Even with the talent of a prophet, one still needs to rest. But Xiandao did not rest for 3 months, constantly evolving and comprehending. Right now, the prophet's talents are practically smoking, sizzling. Xiandao is still comprehending. Such perseverance is rare among ordinary people, and Shaoqi felt very gratified seeing it. Just 3 months after all the staff of the Heaven and Earth Money House began their cultivation, a tremendous change also occurred in the Eternal Land. Countless masters have descended to the mortal realm, which was once eternally peaceful, but now, major battles erupt every few days. The Ling family also discovered that Ling was dead, but they couldn't find the murderer. They hastily handled the funeral arrangements and stopped pursuing the matter. The most urgent task right now is to get Longya Rice. 3 months have passed, and Longya Rice is about to be released. It could be tomorrow, it could be the day after tomorrow, or it could be the next second. The major powers have all begun to divide up their territories and establish their own rule. Since no one knows where Longya Rice was born, the only option is to rely on luck to claim it. Many great battles broke out during this period, and one powerful figure after another rose to prominence. Among them are the little demon king of the chaotic heaven path, Lu Mingyue, the peerless swordsman of the heaven-slaying sword sect, Ao Ju of the arrogant heaven sect, Gu Ling of the divine spirit sect, the Beiyu siblings of the passionate desire sect, and the inheritor of the great river sword. These people stood out from countless others in the lower realms. Of course, there are also powerful, enduring local figures who have secured their place. Lu Qingfeng was one of them. He did not ascend to heaven. Or perhaps they were too overwhelmed by the sheer number of people in the lower realms before they even had a chance to ascend, a sight resembling dumplings being dropped into a pot. Lu Qingfeng's cultivation level was considered unparalleled in the Eternal Land, but among people in the lower realms, he was considered weak. However, he managed to defend against dozens of people from the lower realms using a mountain-protecting formation. Of course, there are other people who have also made a name for themselves, but there is still a gap between them and those who have descended from the heavens. Amidst the constant turmoil of the Eternal Realm, the feathered divine dynasty played the submissive role, refusing to participate. They turned a blind eye to these people's land-grabbing, thus escaping unscathed. In any case, over the past 3 months, the major powers in the Eternal Land have all undergone a reshuffle, changing hands to new masters, causing quite a stir. But these are all within those powerful forces. The lives of ordinary people remain the same, filled with all the flavors of life, the most bittersweet. The Tianhen family was not disturbed by these storms. Since the battle with the feathered divine dynasty, Tianhen, along with his wife Wen Xinyun, his father Tianyun, and his daughter Tianya, came to a small town on the edge of the sea. Here, Tianhen lived and worked in peace and contentment. He built a large ship, and his family would go out for trips from time to time, sailing on the sea. For the past 3 months, the family has lived a very happy, warm, and peaceful life. 3 months later, when Xinyun became pregnant, Tianhen is about to welcome his second child, and Tianya is about to welcome her younger brother. Tianya was happy for a while, and then another idea came to her. Mom and Dad are going to have a little brother soon, and I'm all grown up now, so I should be independent instead of continuing to be a good little baby at home. Tianya's rebellious phase has begun. She didn't want to be a good girl anymore. She wanted to go find her fairy grandfather. Grandpa Fairy said last time that we wouldn't see each other again. How can that be? Tianya muttered. Besides her parents and grandfather, her grandfather, whom she considers divine, has been the best to her in her entire life. Therefore, Tianya must meet the immortal grandpa. To see Grandpa Fairy, you need a pocket watch. Without a pocket watch, I can't find Grandpa Fairy. Tianya's little brain was very clever. She knew that if she searched for Xiandao aimlessly, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Only by finding the pocket watch can one meet Xiandao. Even more coincidentally, when Tianya was chatting with her new friends, they told her that on a remote island not far away, there was a mysterious thing that emitted a red glow at night. Isn't that a pocket watch? 10-year-old Tianya was overjoyed and quickly devised a battle plan. He determined the route, went to the tool, and then wrote a letter and left it in his room. After finalizing her plan, Tianya took advantage of a break during the day when she went out to play to slip out to sea, found a fisherman, paid him to take her to the small island that emitted a red glow. Tianya felt that she would soon see the fairy grandfather again. Chapter 255 Tianya and Dragon Toothrice. Part 4. The boatman didn't actually want to take us to Tianya Island. Because the island is located in this small town, the rumors are quite frightening. Many people who go near the deserted island encounter danger, ranging from getting lost to falling into a coma. Someone once said that he was unconscious for 3 days around that deserted island, and when he woke up, he was in the deep sea. If he hadn't woken up quickly, he probably would have encountered a great storm. The various rumors made the boatman very worried. But Tianya is a little rich girl. The boatman really didn't want to go, but unfortunately, Tianya had given him too much. It was 30 times the normal price, which exceeded the boatman's income for half a year. He gritted his teeth and agreed. Of course, the boatman also considered taking advantage of Tianya. But Tianya is now a great master at the Dao inquiry realm. With her Xiandao physique, her cultivation speed is incredibly fast. So, after Tianya shattered a large blue stone with a single slap, the boatman gave up his plans and obediently began rowing. They set off in the morning, and by late afternoon, the boatman had reached the vicinity of the isolated island. Rumble. On the open sea, the waves surged and crashed, enormous and powerful, causing the not-so-large ship to rock and sway. The boatman muttered, "Young lady, that dark patch ahead is the island. I advise you not to go there. It's very dangerous up there." Tianya looked around and suddenly saw a red light flash, which disappeared in less than 3 seconds, but it was enough to surprise her. Tianya asked in surprise, "Boatman, did you see that red light just now?" The boatman nodded and said helplessly, "That's why we can't go. That red light must be from a demonic beast. If the two of us go, we won't even be enough to fill its teeth." Tianya would never believe that. She now firmly believes that the red light is the pocket watch of the immortal grandfather. "We must go. We absolutely must go." Tianya's face was full of determination as she pointed ahead and declared firmly. The boatman looked miserable and didn't want to move for a long time. "Boatman, if you're not going, give me back my divine source." Tianya pulled out her trump card. The boatman's face stiffened, and he sighed helplessly. There was nothing he could do. She had given him far too much. "So go." Splash. The boat, neither too big nor too small, began to sail towards the deserted island. As they walked, the red light grew stronger and lasted longer. Tianya watched excitedly. She was about to meet the fairy grandfather. But suddenly, the ship stopped moving and came to a stop, still some distance from the island. Tianya frowned and looked at the boatman, only to find that he was unconscious. Not knowing when she had fainted, Tianya frowned slightly, sensing that something was wrong. This doesn't seem to be the fairy grandfather's pocket watch. But since she'd already come all this way, she wasn't willing to let Tianya leave like this. So Tianya used her lightness skill to walk on water without leaving a trace and began to head towards the deserted island. At the Dao inquiry realm, one can fly for short periods, but not for extended periods. Tianya gritted her teeth and flew the rest of the way. Bang! Tianya landed on the island's land, patted her chest, and looked at the long distance. She was still in danger of falling into the water. Falling into the water wouldn't necessarily cause her to drown, but her beautiful clothes would get wet, and Tianya hadn't brought any new clothes. That's why she didn't want to fall into the water. "I'd like to see what you are." Tianya began to walk towards the red light. She still held a sliver of hope, wondering what if it was the pocket watch of the fairy grandfather? It would be a disservice not to take a look at her, as she was running away from home for the first time to carry out her plan. The island wasn't very big, and there weren't any animals on it. Tianya took off on her short legs and quickly got close to the island. "Wow, what a huge amount of rice!" Tianya exclaimed, feeling incredulous. She'd eaten plenty of rice, but very few were this big. This grain of rice was a head taller than Tianya. It's over a meter long, plump and round, blood red, with its roots stuck in the ground, and it's radiating a red glow. "Are you a monster?" Tianya took a few steps back and asked in a clear voice. The red rice did not answer. "Are you a spirit?" Tianya asked again. The red rice still didn't answer. "Can't you speak?" Tianya asked in confusion. "I can speak," a calm, aged voice rang out. "Oh, it's Grandpa. You've grown up so much, it must have been tough. What's your name?" Tianya asked immediately. "My name is Dragon Tooth Rice," said the red dragon Tooth Rice. Tianya looked completely confused. not understanding what Longya rice was. How did you end up here? Longyami asked Tianya. I came by boat and then flew here, Tianya said truthfully. The powerful being sealed off the island's perimeter. Anyone who gets close will feel dizzy and eventually have to stay away. It's a miracle that a little girl like you was able to get up here, Longyami exclaimed in surprise. I don't feel anything, Tianya said, puzzled. It seems this is fate, Longyami muttered. What is destiny? Tianya asked. Little girl, come here, I have a treasure for you. Longyami didn't answer, but spoke instead. Don't hurt me now that I'm here, my divine grandfather is very powerful, Tianya warned. I won't hurt you, Longyami readily agreed. Tianya slowly walked over. When Tianya was about 100 meters away from the dragon tooth rice, countless strange red lights suddenly appeared under her feet, forming an array. What is this? Tianya asked in surprise. A coexistence contract. Longyami said calmly. What do you mean? Tianya asked, confused. If I don't die, you won't die. If you don't die, I won't become extinct. We're bound together, Longyami said softly. What? I didn't agree. Tianya was shocked and quickly retreated, stepping outside the formation. It's already in effect. We are now one. Longya Rice said calmly. How could you be like this? Tianya's delicate face was full of bitterness. Do you want to know my origins? Longyami suddenly asked. What's your background? Tianya asked with a frown. In the distant past, people ate my offspring. Anyone who ate my offspring could live to be 800 years old and would be healthy and strong. It was the best choice, Longya Rice said proudly, recounting its past glory. This single red grain of Longya rice is the ancestor of all Longya rice. It disappeared back then, and dragon tooth rice gradually disappeared as well. Now it has reappeared, but it is confined to this isolated island. If you're so powerful, why did you sign a coexistence contract with me? Tianya asked, puzzled. Help me get out of here, Longyami said. That's nothing, I'll dig you out right away. Tianya walked over and skillfully dug up the soil under the dragon tooth rice. Sure enough, when I was digging, every grain of soil felt as heavy as a star, but you dug so easily. You really are the one I was destined for, Longyami exclaimed. Chapter 256 Chaos Begins. Part 5. Tianya quickly dug out the dragon tooth rice. Rumble. When Longya rice broke free, the entire world trembled violently. At dusk, the sky suddenly turned crimson, thunder roared in the clear sky, and lightning flashed. Click. On the vast sea, the wind and clouds surged, creating enormous waves. The whole world fell silent briefly because of this anomaly. Everyone looked up at the sky. Countless bolts of lightning struck down wildly, as if something extraordinary was about to strike the opponent to death. But it couldn't find its target, so it could only rage against the void. Throughout the entire eternal land, countless experts watched intently. In front of the gate of a Taoist temple, a Taoist priest watched this scene, sighed softly, and said, "The world is about to change." He then rode the ox down the mountain. In the bitterly cold northwest, a muscular young man in a black overcoat stared at the sky, grinned and said, "Dragon Tooth Rice, you've finally been born. Now let's see where you can run. You definitely belong to my chaotic heaven path." This young man was none other than the little demon king of the chaotic heaven path. With a long roar, a dragon horse suddenly galloped over from afar, raising its neck and neighing, exuding an imposing aura. The little demon king of chaos took a step forward, pointed into the distance, and said, "Let's go, let's get the dragon tooth rice." The dragon horse immediately took off running, and after a few powerful leaps, it suddenly took flight, shooting off at incredible speed. In the southwest region, an arrogant man carrying a long spear strode out. "The spiritual energy in the 10 lands is too turbid, making it impossible for me to calm my mind. I need to get the dragon tooth rice as soon as possible and then return to the 9 heavens. This world is like a garbage dump, full of all kinds of trash, and it's utterly vulnerable. Overdue was very arrogant. His arrogance was haughty. The spiritual energy of the Ten Lands was certainly not as good as that of the immortal realm, but it was not that bad either. However, in Overdue's eyes, it was a garbage dump. Global environmental waste. The person is trash. Since everything there was trash, he felt uncomfortable staying there. So he wanted to take the dragon tooth rice and leave this garbage place. On a desolate mountain peak, beneath the solitary reflection of its summit, a graceful figure, long sword in hand, silently observed the changing sky, frowning as she asked, "Who exactly obtained the dragon fong rice?" "But it doesn't matter. Even if you get the dragon tooth rice, you can't take it with you. In this world, no one can withstand more than a few of my sword strikes." The aloof woman was Lu Mingyue, the peerless swordsman of the heaven-slaying sword sect. With a light touch of her toes, her body flew away like a drifting catkin. In addition, there is the ancient spirit of the divine gate who occupies the grassland. His powerful physique makes him run like an ancient ferocious beast ravaging the earth. Knock knock knock. The earth was shaking. The siblings from the erotic sect, a combination of flirtatiousness and femininity, descended the mountain together. Their eyes were unrestrained. As the name suggests, the erotic sect is known for its many elaborate and unconventional activities. In addition, the successor of the Great River Sword, who was studying swordsmanship on the banks of the Yellow River, was also heading towards Xiandao. At this moment, Xiandao was unaware of this. On the deserted island, Xiandao was talking to Longyomi. The two people understand each other. Dragon tooth rice is red in color, but it can shrink, and it was held by Xiandao. "You mean, you want to go find your immortal grandfather?" Longyomi asked. "Yes, find my immortal grandfather. He is very powerful and can definitely protect me." Xiandao nodded. "But where do we look?" Longya Rice asked. "I don't know, but we need to find a blood-red pocket watch first. With the pocket watch in hand, we can go see my fairy grandfather." Xiandao shook her head and said. Now there was no pocket watch here. Her hopes were shattered. Was her plan to run away from home going to be ruined from the very first step? Xiandao was a little sad. "We need to leave here," Longyami suddenly said. "What?" Xiandao asked, confused. "The commotion caused by my birth just now has caused quite a stir. Many people have noticed it and will definitely come here." Dragon Tooth Rice said solemnly. "Are they coming to arrest you?" Xiandao realized the seriousness of the situation. "That's right. Many people want me. Once they find out that it was you, little girl, who got me, then your own safety and the safety of your family will be threatened," Longyami said seriously. "Then let's hurry up and leave, but the boatman is already unconscious, and I don't know how to steer the boat," Xiandao said, troubled. With her current cultivation level, she wouldn't be able to fly back to the shore. She'd fall into the sea in less than 10 minutes. "Come, I'll take you ashore. We must leave as soon as possible." Long Yumi used his power to carry Xiandao into the air, quickly flying from the coast of Leidu. "What do we do now?" Xiandao stood on the shore, looking around, not knowing where to go. She felt like she couldn't go home. Because if she goes back with the dragon tooth rice, she will lure the enemy to her home. At that time, Mom and Dad, Grandpa, and that little one who we don't know if is a younger brother or sister will all be threatened. After thinking about it, Xiandao immediately shook her head and resolutely refused to go home. "Let's go to the Central Plains. I'm going to find Grandpa immortal," Xiandao said firmly. Longya Rice will naturally obey Xiandao. After all, it and Xiandao are in a relationship of mutual benefit and mutual loss. "What if we encounter danger?" Longyami asked. "It's all right. I believe Grandpa the Immortal will come to save me, because he promised to protect me for the rest of my life," Xiandao said firmly, turning around and taking Longyami away from her parents and grandfather. In the end, it was her small frame that carried the weight of everything. Inside the Heaven and Earth Bank, Li Xiandao spent 3 months comprehending the Great Tao of Restriction. A very fruitful harvest. From initially finding it difficult to grasp, to now enjoying it immensely, Xiandao is completely immersed in it. If the world hadn't undergone a major change, and the ocean of the great Tao of the world hadn't boiled, awakening Xiandao, he would still have remained immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Opening his eyes, Xiandao looked exhausted and had a headache. He had almost burned away his prophetic talent by comprehending too many restrictions. This is the birth of Dragon Tooth Rice, Xiandao said with certainty, looking at the turbulent world outside. The sky dyed red, and the lightning strikes down. The only thing that could cause such a commotion, besides Longya rice, is nothing else in the entire region. Master, when do you plan to intervene? Xiao Qi asked with a smile. Xiandao covered his head with his hand and said, "We still don't know who has the dragon tooth rice. I'll rest for half a day, and then I'll go out and take a look." Xiao Qi nodded and said, "Master, please rest well. I'll be leaving now." Xiandao looked at the restricted mountain peak, got up, and prepared to leave. He didn't plan to come back to comprehend it any time soon. This gain is enough for Xiandao to take some time to reflect and mature. Chapter 257 Tianya, in Danger. Part 6. Tianya and Longyomi left the town. Under the cover of night, she ran as fast as she could, stopping to rest when she could no longer run. Dragon Tooth Rice sensed the danger constantly and said anxiously, "They're still chasing me, getting closer and closer. They don't even know where you are, so how can they track you down?" Tianya asked, puzzled. "I just came out and was struck by lightning from the great Tao of the world. Now I'm like a firefly in the dark, incredibly bright, and they're surrounding me from all directions," Longyami said solemnly. Tianya became anxious and asked, "Then do you have the ability to help me escape?" "I am just a grain of rice. I can reproduce indefinitely, but I don't have any great abilities," Dragon Tooth Rice said with a headache. "What should we do? My legs are sore, I definitely can't run for long." Tianya rubbed her legs. "Besides, I have short legs. Everyone else can fly, so I definitely can't outrun them." Tianya hugged Longya Rice in frustration. "The key is that you're not good either. Even when you're carrying me, your speed is about the same as mine. Logically speaking, you're so powerful that your offspring can live to be 800 years old. Why is your cultivation so poor?" Tianya asked, puzzled. "It is precisely because my ability to reproduce is too strong that I am powerless in cultivation," Longyami cried out in protest. "If my reproductive ability is unparalleled, and my cultivation is also going smoothly, then do you think I'm too invincible?" Longyami asked. After thinking about it carefully, Tianya realized that it seemed to be true. Everything in this world is a matter of give and take. If we, as divine beings of heaven and earth, have great power in one aspect, it will weaken other aspects, Dragon Tooth Rice sighed. "So what do we do now?" Tianya asked, frowning slightly. "Keep going, head south," Longyami pointed out the direction. Tianya sighed, feeling that she shouldn't have signed that contract with Longya Rice. Now, she had unwittingly become Longya Rice's accomplice and had unwittingly started running away. "This was my first time running away from home, and the price I paid was quite high. Tianya is starting to regret it." But when Tianya thought about how powerful Dragon Tooth Rice was, she wanted to protect it and then hand it over to the immortal Grandpa. "Grandpa the Immortal has saved our family so many times, and I want to repay him, so I'll give him the Dragon Tooth Rice. It will be well protected by Grandpa the Immortal," Tianya thought as she ran. Longya Miko never expected that he had been sold out by Tianya. It continues to sense people coming from the surrounding area. A lot of. There are so many. They were so desperate that even Longya Rice felt hopeless. Boom. Suddenly, in Longyomi's perception, a fiery red flame swiftly attacked. It's incredibly imposing. Flames are rolling, directly pointing to Tianya. Longya shouted, "Tianya, stop right now." Tianya stopped abruptly, looking at Longya Rice with surprise and uncertainty. The next second, a huge ball of flame shot directly into her face, several meters away. Rumble. The powerful flames lifted Qianya into the air, just as she was about to crash heavily to the ground. Dragon Tooth Rice immediately emitted an energy shield, enveloping Qianya within it. Bang! Despite the impact, Qianya was unharmed, and Longyami breathed a sigh of relief. The enormous flames slowly dissipated, revealing the weapons inside. A long spear. The flaming spear was entirely crimson red, exuding a scorching heat that seemed poised to ignite the surroundings at any moment. The person holding this long spear was a young man with an arrogant expression. Dressed in a green robe carrying a long spear, and with a disdainful expression, he walked out of the pit, looked at Qianya, and stretched out his hand, saying, "Hand over the dragon tooth rice. This is not something a country girl like you can take. Hand it over, and I will spare your life, only severing one of your arms and one of your legs." Arrogant. Arrogant. Disdain. This person's tone was incredibly arrogant, and coupled with his ridiculously cocky expression, it was simply speechless. Yet he still wore a condescending expression. "I'll cut off one of your arms and one of your legs. Is this charity?" Qianya frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "Me." The young man smiled smugly, then sighed and said, "My name shouldn't be known to a country girl like you, but I'm being kind, so I'll tell you out of pity. After you hear it, just kneel down and say thank you, sir." Qianya shook her head immediately. "You're too narcissistic. You just say your name and I have to kneel down to thank you? How can you be so shameless? You're not even that handsome." Boom. "I gave you a chance to worship me, and you didn't cherish it. You're practically courting death." The young man's eyes turned cold, and his expression turned furious. He thrust out his spear, about to pierce through Qianya. Longyami immediately exclaimed in alarm, channeling his energy to protect Qianya as much as possible. But then, a cold glint flashed from afar. This is a sword beam. Carrying the chill of the moon and the frost, it crashed directly into the spear. Clang. A crisp sound like thunder rang out, and a terrifying burst of sword energy shot out, instantly sending the flaming spear flying. "I think the little girl is quite right." A cold voice rang out, a long sword in hand, pointed at the other party. She was a great beauty, her hair tied in a ponytail, dressed in a smart outfit, with a cool and aloof expression. "Lu Mingyue, how dare you stop me from doing this?" the young man holding the spear said with a gloomy face. "I stopped you, so what can you do about it?" Lu Mingyue said coldly. "You're courting death. Do you really think the heaven-slaying sword technique can compare to my spear technique?" the young man said angrily, shaking his spear and flames instantly illuminating the darkness. "Playing with fire at night? Be careful you don't wet the bed, Aoju." At this moment, a shout came from afar, accompanied by loud laughter, mocking Aoju. "Who?" Aoju stared at the newcomer with a gloomy face. A dragon horse trotted over, with a burly man sitting on its back. "The little devil of the chaos Dao." Aoju gritted his teeth and said, "That's right, it's your grandpa here. I've heard you're very arrogant from the heavens, but now that I see you, you're not arrogant, you're stupid, stupid as a fool." The little demon king of chaos laughed loudly. "Die!" Aoju roared in fury and thrust his spear forward in an instant. Boom! The spear pierced the air, tore through space, and arrived in front of the little demon king of chaos in an instant. Roll! The little demon king of chaos was surrounded by demonic energy. He instantly drew his weapon, a long halberd, and smashed it down hard. When a loud bang caused both of them to stumble back several steps, and Longma was caught off guard. Humph! Both of them knew they couldn't do anything to each other for the time being, so they both snorted coldly. Qianya looked timidly at the three people in the distance. They all seemed very powerful, and she knew she couldn't escape. "You can hand me over and save your life," Longyami suggested. "No, you belong to my immortal grandpa. I will never hand you over. I will only give you to my immortal grandpa." Qianya refused outright, her determination unwavering. These experts came to snatch the dragon tooth rice, and Qianya knew that the dragon tooth rice must be very precious. Such a precious thing is perfect to give to Grandpa Fairy. He will surely be very happy. Chapter 258 What Audacity? Part 7. Qianya was surrounded by 3 people. She was trapped in the center and had no way to escape. After Aoju and Xiandao Little Demon King snorted, they both looked at Xianya. Aoju's eyes were sharp. He was still holding a grudge against Xianya for what she had just said. Petty-mindedness, arrogance, vindictiveness, and condescension are all flaws of Aojuer. The people of the Outyen sect knew this, so not many people liked him. However, Aoju's high talent and fast cultivation speed are enough. With this one advantage, even the biggest drawbacks are tolerable. After all, it's not easy to find a disciple with unparalleled talent. Therefore, Aoju's ability to descend to the mortal realm and seize Dragon Tooth Rice was also due to the high hopes placed upon him by the Aotyen sect. He said coldly, "Country girl, hand over the Dragon Tooth Rice, and I'll spare your life." Qianya asked crisply, "Is it the kind of mercy that involves cutting off one of my arms and one of my legs?" Aoju looked coldly at Qianya, his anger rising again. "Are you mocking me?" Aoju looked at Qianya with disdain. He was only at the Dao Inquiry realm, and even a slight display of his aura could kill Qianya. What right does a trash girl from a trashy world have to laugh at him? Qianya shook her head. She was actually very nervous, but faced with such a tense situation, she calmed down and carefully thought about how to get out of the predicament. "I'm not mocking you. I'm just thinking, what will happen to them if I give you the Dragon Tooth Rice?" Qianya looked at Xiandao Little Demon King and Lu Mingyue with concern. Sowing discord. The Little Demon King of the Chaotic Path's eyes turned cold. He pointed his halberd and, sitting on the back of the dragon horse, saw through Qianya's little scheme at a glance. Qianya looked at him innocently and blinked. "I'm not trying to sow discord, I'm just telling the truth. You just need to hand over the Dragon Tooth Rice, and we will make our own decision," Lu Mingyue said, offering no assistance to Qianya. She was an unparalleled swordsman of the Zhongqian sword sect, with unparalleled swordsmanship and a cold demeanor. Saving Qianya was just a side thing. Obtaining the Dragon Fong Rice was her real goal. "Yes, you little brat, you're trying to sow discord, but you're still too green. Hand over the Dragon Tooth Rice, or I'll kill you right now. Don't think I'm afraid to kill you. I hate children the most." Aoju said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent, clearly indicating that he really wanted to make a move. Qianya swallowed hard, pointed into the distance and said, "What if I give you Dragon Tooth Rice, but there's none left when they come?" "Who?" The Little Demon King of Chaos Dao's eyes narrowed. He hadn't even sensed it. Qianya only found out after being reminded by Longya Rice. "Your grandpa." A loud shout rang out, accompanied by a tremor in the ground, and a figure flew over. Rumble. This is a giant, bare-chested, unarmed, and with unparalleled imposing presence. "Gu Ling!" exclaimed the Little Demon King of the Chaotic Path. "Weren't you on the grasslands beyond the Great Wall?" the Little Demon King of Chaos asked, frowning, his mood instantly sour. The arrival of Gu Ling caused the situation to change again. Gu Ling, who was over 3 meters tall, squatted down in front of Qianya, who was only 10 years old and a little over 1 meter tall, and said in a deep voice, "Girl, hand over the Dragon Tooth Rice to me, and I will let you leave safely without any harm." Gu Ling swears in the name of the Divine Spirit sect. Qianya's eyes lit up, and she said, "Really? Of course, I don't take them seriously." Gu Ling glanced at Aoju, Lu Mingyue, and Xiandao Little Demon King, and said disdainfully, "Damn it." Aoju gritted his teeth in hatred, wishing he could thrust out the flaming spear in his hand immediately. "Don't think I can't pierce your divine protection, Gu Ling," Lu Mingyue said coldly. "I really want to cut your head off," the Little Demon King of Chaos said through gritted teeth. "I also want to cut off his head." A fourth voice rang out, extremely charming, as if a peerless beauty were whispering in your ear, captivating your soul. "Sister, don't worry. Gu Ling is too arrogant this time. She will definitely suffer a calamity. A soft, feminine voice followed. A man and a woman emerged from the shadows. The man was effeminate, and the woman was even more charming, both possessing an imposing presence. But as soon as they appeared, Gu Ling was the first to scoff. The guys who sell their bodies and buy sex are here. What bad luck. The two siblings were instantly enraged, their faces turning ashen as they stared at Gu Ling. The younger brother, in particular, was so ashamed and indignant that he wanted to fight Gu Ling to the death. I hate Gu Ling, but that's true. Overdue glanced at the siblings with disdain and said indifferently. The little demon king of Han Xiandao and Lu Mingyue remained silent, but they did not support either of them. The reputation of the disciples of the erotic sect in the Nine Heavens has long been ruined. Everyone's impression of them is that they are dissolute and unrestrained. Damn it! The two siblings exchanged a glance, knowing they were doomed to suffer in silence. They snorted and walked to the side in silence. Their attitude was clear. Longya Rice and the others wanted a piece of the pie too. Gu Ling didn't even glance at them, but instead fixed her gaze on a Taoist priest riding an ox in the distance. Who are you? Gu Ling asked, frowning. He didn't know this person. The little demon king of the chaotic path frowned and asked, Does anyone here know this brother? I don't know him. Overdue curled his lip. Lu Mingyue shook her head, looking at him seriously. She felt immense pressure emanating from this Taoist priest. The two siblings from the passion path frowned. How did another powerful opponent suddenly appear? I am Zhang Tianxia, a Taoist priest from the Eternal Land, and I greet all of you from the upper realm, Zhang Tianxia said gently, bowing slightly from his ox's back. You are a native of the Eternal Land? Gu Ling stared wide-eyed at Zhang Daoren in disbelief. Can such a person really emerge from the Eternal Land? The little demon king of chaos asked in surprise. Your strength has reached the pinnacle of this world, so why don't you go to the Nine Heavens and instead stay in this garbage world? Overdue asked, puzzled. Because he is an ancient enforcer of the 10 lands, isn't he? At this moment, a wisp of sword energy, like a swimming dragon, flew over and transformed into a figure, speaking calmly. Successor of the Great River Sword, I know you. Zhang Daoren nodded in acknowledgement. The successor of the Great River Sword was a middle-aged man with graying temples. His gaze swept past Zhang Daoren and looked at Tianya. His eyes narrowed and he reached out his hand. Give me the dragon tooth rice, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Gu Ling can't stop me. Gu Ling glared angrily at the successor of the Great River Sword, but couldn't utter a single word. Because the successor of the Great River Sword is right. Gu Ling couldn't stop the agile Great River Sword, nor could she protect Tianya. Tianya was locked onto by sword energy, an invisible sword aura, menacing and pointed at her. Tianya's face turned deathly pale. Hand it over, the successor of the Great River Sword said coldly. Or die. Tianya was very upset, but she still gritted her teeth and said, Dragon tooth rice is for my immortal grandpa. Inside the Heaven and Earth Bank, Xiandao was sleeping when he suddenly awoke with a start, his eyes widening as he roared, How dare you kill the person I'm protecting? How dare you? Boom. Xiandao's body vanished instantly. Chapter 259 Grandpa the Immortal Will Avenge You. Part 8. Faced with the threat from the successor of the Great River Sword, Tianya gritted her teeth and refused to agree. She had shrunk the dragon tooth rice and hidden it on her body. Although she couldn't hide it from the people present, to get the dragon tooth rice, they either had to kill Tianya or make Tianya hand it over willingly. Since you won't hand it over, then die. The successor of the Great River Sword didn't waste any words or try to persuade her further. With a burst of sword energy, he was about to kill Tianya. Stop. Sitting on the ox's back, Zhang Daoren pointed with one hand, and a sharp light shot out from his fingertip, striking the Great River Sword chi. Click. The sword energy of the Great River Sword was shattered, and Tianya escaped unscathed, but a fragment of the broken sword grazed her cheek. It caused a spray of blood. A cut appeared on Tianya's delicate face. This scene enraged Xiandao, who pointed at the successor of the Great River Sword. But some people were even angrier than Xiandao. Boom! The next second, an aura as powerful as if the sky were collapsing crashed down, causing everyone present, except for Qianya and Xiandao, to stagger and stare in shock. A person appears beside Qianya. A mysterious person wearing a mask with ink wash painting colors. A person with cold eyes, a powerful aura, and a steadfastness like a mountain. Xiandao. He's here. Having just traversed most of the Eternal Land, Xiandao saw a cut on Qianya's delicate face as soon as he appeared. His anger erupted instantly, like a volcanic eruption, the kind that had been suppressed for thousands of years. Xiandao's imposing aura almost knocked them over, and the one who was most affected was the successor of the Great River Sword. Xiandao's sudden appearance exceeded everyone's expectations, especially his terrifying aura, which made no one dare to be careless. "Who are you?" the successor of the Great River Sword asked angrily. Everyone else stared at Xiandao, wondering to themselves if he was another eternal native. Xiandao glanced coldly at the successor of the Great River Sword Qi, as if looking at a corpse, then turned around, squatted down, and looked at Qianya. "Are you all right?" Xiandao asked softly. "Grandpa immortal." Qianya looked at Xiandao, her lips trembling, on the verge of tears. She had been suppressing her fear and was still able to use some tricks in front of a group of peerless masters, which was already quite remarkable. Seeing Xiandao arrive, Qianya felt a wave of fear wash over her and immediately rushed into his arms, wiping away her tears. But when she reached out and touched it, her hand was covered in blood. Qianya then burst into tears, crying, "Grandpa immortal, I'm disfigured." Xiandao tenderly touched Qianya's little face and said, "It's all right, trust Grandpa immortal, you'll be fine soon." Xiandao channeled his true energy and magical power into Qianya and began to heal the wounds on her face. "It's just a cut, not like a piece of flesh is missing." Xiandao repaired it very carefully, making sure there wouldn't be a scar. For girls, having scars on their faces can make them feel inferior. Xiandao would absolutely not allow Qianya to have such inferiority complex. Under the watchful eyes of a group of peerless masters, Xiandao slowly began to heal Qianya's injuries, completely ignoring them. The successor of the Great River Sword Qi said coldly, "Since you are so arrogant as to expose your back to me, don't blame me for being impolite." Clang. The successor of the Great River Sword drew his sword and slashed down with great speed and power. Rumble. The sword fell with immense force, as if it had fallen from the Milky Way in the heavens. Brilliant yet dangerous. Xiandao's back was completely undefended. Xiandao watched in surprise, wanting to help Xiandao block the attack, but then he thought that with Xiandao's powerful aura, there was no reason for him to make such a mistake, so he suppressed his thoughts and watched calmly. "Go to hell!" the successor of the Great River Sword shouted coldly. The long sword was about to fall on Xiandao's neck. Xiandao frowned, his brows furrowed beneath his mask. A clown, utterly pathetic. With his right hand, he continued to repair the last bit of Qianya's wound. With the left hand forming a sword shape, a backhand strike unleashes a sword as powerful as a great river. Rumble. Both of them wielded the Great River Sword, but Xiandao's sword strike seemed to have ripped a hole in the sky and smashed down a Milky Way. The successor of the Great River Sword is like digging a canal to bring water. They are simply not on the same level. Puff. The sword energy of the successor of the Great River Sword collided with Xiandao's sword energy. In that instant, his sword energy was completely swallowed by Xiandao's sword energy, which instead made Xiandao's sword energy even more powerful. Boom. The sword struck the successor of the Great River Sword directly, causing him to scream in agony and be sent flying 100 meters, leaving a deep trench in the ground. The successor of the Great River Sword coughed incessantly, staring at Xiandao in disbelief. It wasn't just him who couldn't believe it. The others were incredulous, their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. Xiandao was helping Qianya heal her injuries when he struck again, using his fingers as a sword. That's all. A simple sword aura. They defeated the successor of the Great River Sword. At this moment, everyone stared at Li Xiandao in horror. Did that attack just now exceed the limits of this world in terms of power? Just then, Li Xiandao finished repairing Tianya's facial wounds, conjured a mirror, and handed it to Tianya. Now look, are there any wounds? Li Xiandao said with a smile, patting Tianya's little head. Tianya looked at it very carefully. It concerned her face. Her beautiful future face must not be ruined. After looking at it for a few moments, Tianya suddenly jumped onto Li Xiandao. Because Li Xiandao was wearing a mask, she grabbed his hand and gave it a quick kiss, then giggled foolishly. I knew it. Grandpa Fairy wouldn't abandon me. Tianya said happily. Of course, Grandpa Immortal said he would protect you, and he will. Li Xiandao said firmly. Grandpa Immortal, I have a gift for you. Tianya suddenly remembered something, took out the dragon tooth rice from her body, and handed it to Li Xiandao. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Longya Rice. Their goal in coming to the 10th place. If Li Xiandao's sword strike hadn't been so terrifying, they would have swarmed him long ago. Li Xiandao took the dragon tooth rice and asked, Why are you giving it to Grandpa Immortal? I just wanted to give it to Grandpa Immortal. Grandpa Immortal has been so good to Tianya, and Tianya wants to repay him, Tianya said sincerely. Li Xiandao said moved. All right, Grandpa Immortal, I'll accept it. Your cultivation is unparalleled. You may take this girl with you, but Dragon Tooth Rice cannot. She must stay here, the little demon king of the chaotic heaven path said in a deep voice. Li Xiandao ignored him and instead said to Tianya, Watch quietly. Your immortal grandfather will avenge you and kill all those who bullied you. Chapter 260 Deterrence for 4 weeks. Part 9. The first person Li Xiandao looked at was the successor of the Great River Sword. This person had been crippled by Li Xiandao's sword strike. He lay in the pit, unable to move, with many sword wounds on his body and his internal meridians shattered by Li Xiandao's sword strike. You were about to kill Tianya? Li Xiandao asked coldly. Cough cough, cough cough. Why do you also know the Great River Sword? This is the only question the Great River Sword inheritor wants to ask right now. He won't rest in peace until he gets the answer. He has always considered himself the successor of the Great River Sword, believing that no one else in the world knows the Great River Sword except him. But now, having arrived in the 10 lands, he witnessed a sword aura that Li Xiandao casually unleashed, which was far more terrifying and powerful than his own. This shocked, puzzled, and frustrated him, the successor of the Great River Sword. Li Xiandao scoffed and said, Are you the only one who knows the Great River Sword technique? Of course, I obtained it from a ruin. There couldn't possibly be any other like it in this world, the successor of the Great River Sword insisted. Even if it means death, he will protect his identity as the successor of the Great River Sword. Li Xiandao shook his head dismissively and said, The Great River Sword Qi in my hand is the original version. Everything else is a disseminated version. I have never claimed to be the successor of the Great River Sword, but you have brazenly claimed to be the successor of the Great River Sword. Impossible. The successor of the Great River Sword simply did not believe Li Xiandao's words. He is the successor of the Great River Sword. The only successor. Li Xiandao sneered and said, Since you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River, then I'll grant your wish. The Great River Sword is also known as the Great River Sword Qi. In the original Great River Sword, there is a move called Great River Sword from Heaven. However, the versions that are circulated have cut off a part of this move. Now open your dog eyes and see clearly. As soon as Li Xiandao finished speaking, he pointed his fingers like a sword and fiercely pointed at the enemy. Rumble. A streak of sword energy, like a rainbow, surged forth, instantly resonating with heaven and earth, bursting forth and transforming into a great river, its waters rolling endlessly. The strange phenomenon of this sword strike stunned everyone. This is terrifying. A long river hangs in the sky, then surges and rushes forward. The key is that the river water is full of sword energy. The successor of the Great River Sword stared wide-eyed, as if he had seen a ghost. He certainly knew about this sword strike. The Great River Sword from the Great River Sword comes down from the sky. But he knew that it definitely didn't have such terrifying power. Every drop of water in this great river was a sword aura, surging forth and instantly engulfing him. No! The successor of the Great River Sword cried out in despair. He was truly desperate now. It turned out that he was not the only successor of the Great River Sword, and he was not even a true successor. Rumble. After the Great River Sword ended, the place was in ruins, and as for the so-called successor of the Great River Sword, there was no trace of his remains. Compete with me in wielding the Great River Sword? You're asking for death. Xiandao said calmly, turning to look at Qianya. Tell Grandpa Immortal, who else wants to kill you? Xiandao asked calmly. Upon hearing this, the people around him were taken aback. Is this formidable figure about to make a move against them? Qianya immediately pointed and shouted, Grandpa Immortal, it's him. He even said he would cut off one of Qianya's arms and one of her legs. Xiandao looked at him indifferently. Aoju's face was extremely ugly. He cursed inwardly, his whole body tensed up, and the flaming spear in his hand trembled as he broke out in a sweat. I'm nervous. How could I not be nervous? The successor of the Great River Sword was killed just like that. It's terrifying. I was just kidding. You know I love to joke around. I apologize. Aoju lowered his proud head. Because he is all alone now, without any friends, Aoju is certain that if a fight breaks out, no one will come to his aid. So he chickened out. Xiandao looked at him, his eyes cold, and said, You must cut off Qianya's arm and leg. I'm so grateful to you for sparing her life, so I'll only cut off one of your arms and one leg, and spare your life. Aoju's face was extremely ugly, as if he had eaten shit, and he stared at Xiandao with fire in his eyes. Remember this, be grateful for my great kindness in sparing your dog's life. Xiandao said coldly. You've gone too far. Aoju couldn't take it anymore. Who was he? He's always been the one to speak so arrogantly to others. When did it become someone else's turn to talk about him like that? Don't think I'm afraid of you. I just don't want to cause trouble. Since you've gone too far, then I'll kill you. I'll risk being struck by lightning today to kill you. Aoju said through gritted teeth. He had made up his mind and was about to unleash power exceeding the limit of the 10 earthly realm. Even if it means being struck by lightning, I will still kill Xiandao. Someone is being so arrogant in front of him, he won't stand for it. Xiandao raised his hand and said, Very well, I admire your courage. I originally intended to spare your dog's life, but now, I'm going to send you to meet the King of Hell. Enough with your bragging, you lowly trash from the lower realm, take this. Aoju roared, and his flaming spear suddenly thrust out. The spear, sharp as a fire dragon, pierced the sky, spewing forth the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Rip, rip. The surrounding sky was torn apart, indicating that Aoju's power had reached its limit. When power is great, a tribulation of lightning will descend. But in Xiandao's eyes, these things were not worth mentioning. Get lost. Behind Xiandao, his aura solidified, transforming into countless long swords that slashed down fiercely. Rumble. This move doesn't have a name. It's just that Xiandao used his true energy to transform into a long sword to kill Aoju. The sword energy ripped through space, causing it to split open before crashing into Aoju's flaming spear. Click. Aoju's fiery spear trembled violently, and his body shook like a leaf. He roared. Hold on. Xiandao coldly snorted. Shatter. Countless sword energies crashed down, and with a loud boom, the flaming spear split in two, completely shattering. Aoju himself was sent flying hundreds of meters away by this sword, spitting out a mouthful of blood that formed a rainbow shape in the air. At that moment, Xiandao took a step forward, his sword energy like a rainbow, fiercely slashing out from beside him. A head fell to the ground, the rainbow of blood vanished, and Overdue never unleashed a power beyond this world, even in death. Xiandao was simply too fast. His killing speed was too fast, so fast that Overdue couldn't even unleash his full power. Xiandao stood alone, looking around. Whoever his eyes were fixed on would feel a chill run down their spine. That's terrifying. This is truly terrifying. The little demon king of chaos swallowed hard. He really wanted to take back what he had said earlier. Even now, when Xiandao glances at him, the little demon king of Xiandao trembles. That's fucking ruthless. This resulted in the consecutive slaying of 2 top experts. Xiandao was completely unharmed, and his true strength was not even detected. What's the point of fighting? At this moment, no one was thinking about Longya Rice anymore. Xiandao looked at Qianya and asked, "Has anyone else said they wanted to kill you?" The hearts of everyone around tightened simultaneously, especially the little demon king of the chaotic heaven path, whose face was now pale and who really wanted to escape. If Qianya talks nonsense, then we're doomed. Chapter 261 The Power of a Sword. Part 10. Everyone is watching Qianya. If Qianya criticizes anyone, Xiandao will really kill them. Qianya was being watched by everyone, and she knew the weight of her words. So after much deliberation, she finally spoke. Gu Ling. Gu Ling was shocked and stared at Qianya in disbelief. He hadn't hurt Qianya. On the contrary, he wanted to protect her. The little demon king of chaos breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Because Xiandao looked at Gu Ling. Gu Ling immediately wanted to explain that although he was over 3 meters tall and very strong, he felt he couldn't win against Xiandao. Because Xiandao killed the successor of the Great River Sword and Overdue far too easily. What does this tell us? This shows that Xiandao's true strength has not been fully revealed. So Gu Ling wanted to explain herself and try to salvage the situation. But the next second Qianya said, Gu Ling wanted to protect me. He didn't want to kill me, he just wanted dragon tooth rice. Gu Ling breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Qianya with a hint of annoyance. Next time you speak, can you finish your sentence at once? You scared me to death. Qianya chuckled. She did it on purpose. Who gave you all permission to come out and steal my dragon tooth rice? Xiandao ignored Gu Ling and asked, besides Gu Ling, who else should we eliminate? At this moment, the little demon king of chaos wanted Qianya to talk about himself. He was also secretly contacting Lu Mingyue of the Zhongqian sword sect. Are you confident in joining forces? Asked the little demon king of the chaotic heaven path. Looking at Xiandao straight back, as upright as a pine tree, Lu Mingyue of the Zhongqian sword sect shook her head. I am not confident. If Gu Ling also joins us, then perhaps we have a fighting chance. The little demon king of chaos immediately sent a telepathic message to Gu Ling. Brother Gu Ling, let's cooperate, kill this mysterious person, and then divide up the dragon fong rice, the little demon king of Xiandao asked kindly. Get lost. Gu Ling replied without any politeness. Can you be a little more civilized? The little demon king of Xiandao was quite angry. I kindly sent you a telepathic message, calling you Big Brother, and this is the only word you replied with? Climb. Gu Ling thought for a moment and changed to a more civilized word. The little demon king of chaos was so angry that he vomited blood. He glared at Gu Ling with resentment, saying, now that you're out of danger, you're starting to abandon those of us you know. You scoundrel, bandit, shameless scum. The little demon king of the chaotic heaven path cursed angrily. Why are you cursing Gu Ling? Lu Mingyue asked, frowning. Now that this guy is out of danger, he's abandoning us, said the little demon king of chaos. At this moment, Qianya said the second name. Sister Lu Mingyue, she saved me once. Qianya still knew how to repay kindness. If it weren't for Lu Mingyue's timely sword strike, she would have been dead long ago, so she took out Lu Mingyue second. Lu Mingyue's face lit up with joy, and she immediately distanced herself from the little demon king of the chaotic heaven path. Cooperation over. Lu Mingyue coldly transmitted her voice. Then she walked towards Qianya and apologized. I did save you, but it wasn't intentional. I stole the dragon tooth rice. I apologize, and now I'm withdrawing from this competition for the dragon tooth rice. The little demon king of the chaotic heaven path felt a chill in his heart. Lu Mingyue's cold words still echoed in my ears. The collaboration has ended. Now that you've escaped on your own, aren't you going to lend me a hand? The little demon king of the chaotic heaven path questioned telepathically. Get out of here. Lu Mingyue was very decisive, saying just one word, which made the little demon king of the chaotic heaven path feel like he was going to vomit blood. Rogues, bandits, shameless scum. Those two dogs, they're utterly despicable. The little demon king of the chaotic heaven path cursed angrily. The next second, Qianya pointed at Xiandao and said, This Taoist brother is very powerful. He saved me and never mentioned stealing the dragon tooth rice. Xiandao nodded at him. Xiandao immediately dismounted from the ox's back, bowed to Xiandao, and said, Greetings, senior. We'll talk after this is over, Xiandao said calmly. Okay. Xiandao immediately stepped aside and watched silently. There are still two groups of people left at the scene. A brother and sister from the path of lust, and over there, the little demon king from the path of chaos, who is cursing wildly. Qianya pointed at the siblings, saying, They didn't say anything when they came over. The siblings from the Tao of passion and desire were unusually restrained, and instead greeted Xiandao with utmost respect. Senior, please understand. Although my brother and I also wanted the dragon tooth rice, we didn't participate. We just stood by and watched, the older sister protested. The younger brother shut up and didn't say a word. Xiandao looked at them with indifferent eyes. He didn't particularly like people who were unrestrained and dissolute, but since Qianya said so, he ignored her. Xiandao looked at the little demon king of the chaotic heaven path. Only you, Xiandao said calmly. I didn't lay a hand on her, nor did I bully Miss Qianya, the little demon king of the chaotic path protested. Qianya pointed and said, You saw through my scheme and pointed it out. Qianya is quite vengeful. The little demon king of chaos wished he could slap himself. Why was he so foul-mouthed back then? This crime doesn't warrant death, does it? The little demon king of the chaotic path asked with a bitter face. Take my sword. If you don't die, then so be it, Xiandao said coldly. All right, said the little demon king of chaos Dao firmly. He refused to believe that Xiandao was powerful enough to kill him with a single sword strike. He, the little demon king of the heavenly path, is a prominent figure among the younger generation in the 9 heavens. If he can't even withstand a single sword strike from Xiandao, then he's truly pathetic. Seeing his confidence, Xiandao smiled and raised his hand, forming a sword shape with his fingers, then pointed outwards. The first sword strike of the restriction. This is the result of Xiandao's comprehension of countless restrictions over the past 3 months, followed by fusion, understanding, and superposition. A process involving dozens of steps, before he obtained this sword strike. Even Xiandao himself was unaware of the power of this sword strike. Most importantly, the power of this sword strike will not trigger the tribulation of lightning according to the laws of heaven and earth. Because those restrictions were very powerful, but Xiandao controlled the power of the sword energy itself to the limit. The restriction was created by heaven and earth, just as Xiandao's sword absorbed the power of heaven and earth along the way. If we use the power of heaven and earth to fight, how could that trigger a lightning tribulation? The little demon king of chaos wouldn't understand this principle. He rode on the back of a dragon horse, holding a halberd, exuding a majestic aura, with all his inner strength bursting forth. As long as Xiandao's sword energy arrives, the Hun Tian Dao little demon king is confident he can shatter it. You think you can kill him with one blow? How naive. The little demon king of chaos thought smugly. But the next second, his smugness vanished. Because Xiandao's sword strike was not as simple as just one strike. This sword strike, imbued with immense power from heaven and earth, slashed down fiercely. No, I can withstand it. The little demon king of chaos roared, firmly believing in himself. His eyes were blazing with fire, and his true energy solidified into a single strike. The halberd swept across the sky, directly colliding with the sword energy. Click. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck the sky. The little demon king of chaos used power beyond his limits, and the lightning tribulation struck him directly. At that very moment, Xiandao's sword also slashed across. Both the man and the horse were split in two from the middle. The little demon king of Xiandao truly died under Xiandao's sword. Even if he used power beyond his limits, he was no match for Xiandao. The others fell silent upon witnessing this scene. That's incredibly powerful. Chapter 262 The Storm Ends. Part 1. On the tranquil earth, moonlight spills down, scattering like stars, its silvery glow surging, and spiritual energy boiling. The earth was cleaved into a bottomless canyon by Xiandao's sword energy. On either side of the canyon, there is half a corpse. The little demon king of Xiandao and his dragon horse were thus cut in two by Xiandao. One move. It's just a wisp of sword energy. It's so exaggerated it's unbelievable, but the facts are right before our eyes. Gu Ling was startled and coughed to calm herself down. Lu Mingyue, who was standing to the side, blinked and asked in a low voice, "Didn't you always claim that you were invincible with divine protection?" Gu Ling looked at Lu Mingyue. "Go ahead and try it out, see if your divine protection is truly invincible," Lu Mingyue teased. Gu Ling's face darkened, and she said, "I never expected that the aloof and taciturn female sword immortal would actually make fun of me. What kind of sword immortal am I? In front of this person, my sword pales in comparison." Lu Mingyue smiled self-deprecatingly. "Don't underestimate yourself. He's a pervert, but why should we compare ourselves to a pervert?" Gu Ling shook her head and refused to compare herself to Xiandao. They're not even in the same league. The siblings from the Path of Passion were so frightened by this scene that their legs went weak. They exchanged a glance and had no intention of competing with Xiandao. If they were on the same level, they could compete, but now that Xiandao is high above the heavens, it's as if they are far from the ground. The gap is so big, how can they compete? Forget about competing. They've even given up the idea of running away. As if being punished by standing, he stood obediently, silently awaiting Xiandao's judgment. Xiandao killed the Xiandao little demon king with a single sword strike, then calmly turned to Tianya and asked, "Are you still happy?" This question made Gu Ling and the others tense up. If Tianya says she's not satisfied, will you keep killing until she's satisfied? Everyone stared intently at Tianya, afraid that the little girl might express dissatisfaction. The little girl was easily satisfied. With a happy smile, she ran up to Xiandao, hugged his leg, and said, "Satisfied. Thank you, Grandpa Immortal, for saving me again." Xiandao smiled slightly and said, "I'm glad you're satisfied. Stand still for now, I need to talk to them about something." Tianya stood obediently, following Xiandao step by step, and reached out to tug at the hem of Xiandao's clothes. Xiandao walked up to Gu Ling and the others, no more than 100 meters away. This distance was not safe. If Xiandao wanted to kill them, none of them would escape. He could kill them in an instant. Therefore, Gu Ling and the others also watched Xiandao warily. Xiandao didn't care whether they were on guard or not. If I really wanted to kill you, one sword would have sufficed. Whether you're on guard or not doesn't really matter. You descended from the heavens for Dragon Tooth Rice. Now that it's in my hands, I'm sparing your lives today because you didn't harm Tianya. Once you return, take your people and leave the 10 lands immediately. 3 days later, I will annihilate all those who cross over into the 10 lands. Xiandao announced. This is a unilateral announcement. Whether you agree or not, Xiandao will do it anyway. The 10 lands should be the 10 lands of the 10 lands people. It's best for the masters in the heavens not to come down and not to get involved in the entanglements of the 10 realms. Gu Ling and the others nodded. Without Dragon Tooth Rice, They had no interest in staying in the 10 lands any longer. Li Xiandao nodded in satisfaction and asked, Gu Ling, which day of the 9 heavens do you come from? Li Xiandao wanted to know the situation in the 9 heavens, and it just so happened that Gu Ling and the others had come down from the 9 heavens. Li Xiandao from the province went to communicate with the ancient war book located in the distant Hell realm. I come from the cold moon heaven, Gu Ling said. Hon Yu Tion. Li Xiandao immediately remembered that his subordinate, the moon angel Ursula, came from Hon Yu Tion, the family on the moon in the cold moonlight. Yes, our group all comes from Hanuishan. In Hanuishan, we already have widespread knowledge about dragon tooth rice. We don't know about the other 8 days yet, Gu Ling nodded. The other sects in the 9 heavens don't know? Li Xiandao asked, somewhat surprised. No one leaked the secret. Because the higher-ups of the major sects knew about it and sent their core disciples, the news hasn't spread to other worlds yet, Lu Mingyue added. Are you also from Hanuishan? Li Xiandao asked. Yes, I come from the heaven-slaying sword sect of Honyue Heaven, Lu Mingyue said truthfully. You also come from Hanuishan? Li Xiandao looked at the siblings from the Kinjiudo sect. We are too. The siblings from the erotic path immediately nodded. I understand. You may leave now. All of you must leave the 10 lands within 3 days. Anyone who doesn't leave after 3 days will die. Li Xiandao didn't ask any more questions, but instead issued a notice. Although Gu Ling and the others were puzzled as to why Li Xiandao had stopped asking, they were naturally happy that he was willing to let them go. The first to leave were the siblings from the path of passion and desire. They felt extremely uncomfortable and uneasy being in the same space as Li Xiandao, so they left immediately after Li Xiandao spoke. Without even a word of warning. How rude. Gu Ling and Lu Mingyue politely bid farewell to Li Xiandao, Tian Ye, and Zhong Daoren before leaving. It makes a very good impression. After they had all left, Li Xiandao looked at Zhong Daoren, who was riding an ox. Zhong Daoren dismounted from the ox's back, led his old ox, and said in a gentle manner, I wonder if I might have the honor of chatting with you for a whole night, senior? Li Xiandao nodded and said, lead the way. This place is not good. Let's go somewhere else. With a smile, Zhong Daoren mounted the ox's back and pointed ahead, saying, there is a mountain god temple not far away. Although it is a bit dilapidated, it still has a roof over your head. Okay. Li Xiandao nodded, without making any further requests. Tianya tugged at Li Xiandao's sleeve and said in a weak voice, Grandpa Immortal, I'm hungry. Li Xiandao picked her up and said, Grandpa Immortal will roast a rabbit for you. The bunny is so cute. Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise. So, are you going to eat it or not? Li Xiandao asked. Eat. Tianya said without hesitation, then blushed and buried her head in Li Xiandao's neck. The little beauty was shy. Li Xiandao laughed heartily, picked up Tianya, and followed Zhong Daoren. Along the way, Li Xiandao also caught 3 rabbits, which he planned to barbecue. 1 for each person. Li Xiandao was still very curious about Zhong Daoren. He had paid a lot and had many opportunities to cultivate to this level in the 10 realms. Li Xiandao's growth cannot be replicated. So what about Zhong Daoren? What is his identity, and why can he reach the limit of power in the 10 lands? It should be noted that even someone like Lu Qingfeng, who broke through the 33rd step of the legendary realm, had not reached his limit. Master Zhong has a story. Li Xiandao brought a roasted rabbit, intending to listen to a story. Chapter 263 Enforcers of 10 Regions. Part 2. The night was deep, and the stars and moon had become dim and pale. Dark clouds covered the sky, like a clown, preventing anyone from glimpsing the beauty of the moonlight. The dilapidated mountain god temple was drafty, with a cold wind blowing through it. With just a brick or 2 for shelter, Li Xiandao and Zhong Daoren were already quite content. Inside the mountain god temple, there is a statue with 1 head and 1 hand missing. If it weren't for the 2 words, mountain god, written on the nearly decaying plaque at the entrance, Li Xiandao might have thought this was a local earth god temple. There's a giant spider. Tianya was startled when she came in and saw a giant spider around a corner. She nervously hugged Li Xiandao tightly. Li Xiandao glanced at the spider. It was about half the size of Tianya and was a spider that was almost becoming a spirit. Zhang Daoren also looked at the spider, his eyes calm and unwavering. The spider, on the other hand, was stiff all over, its half-awake little head filled with terrifying signals. Danger. However, the next second Li Xiandao changed his target and said to Tianya, "They have been living here for who knows how long. In this desolate wilderness, they are long-term residents. We have disturbed them by coming in, and we should apologize instead." Tianya was a little confused, but since the fairy grandfather said she should apologize, she waved her little hand and said softly, "Hello, big spider, we're sorry to bother you. But we'll only stay here for a while, so please don't come over here. I don't want to hurt you." Tianya was afraid of the spider's ugliness. She's not afraid of spiders. With her cultivation at the Dao Inquiry realm, killing this spider would be a piece of cake. But when Tianya saw the black spider's enormous size, evil face, and ferocious physique, her body went limp. It was too terrifying. Zhang Daoren smiled slightly and said, "Spider, we have already offended you by disturbing you tonight. Here is a marrow cleansing pill as compensation for your intrusion. Please leave for the night." A fragrant pill was tossed out by Zhang Daoren. The spider seemed to understand, and quickly left the mountain god temple with the pill in its mouth. Zhang Daoren and Li Xiandao started a fire, cleaned the rabbit, then put it on a rack to roast, sprinkled on seasonings, and soon the aroma filled the air. "Aren't you afraid that the spider will eat your marrow cleansing pill, transform into a demon, and then feed on humans, thus bringing you some karma?" Li Xiandao asked while roasting the rabbit. "No, that won't happen." Zhang Daoren smiled nonchalantly and said, "I observed that the spider had no murderous aura at all. It only gained some intelligence by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and it is still ignorant. If it kills someone, the demonic aura on its body will change." Master's insight is profound. Li Xiandao gave a thumbs up. Zhang Daoren asked, "I have never heard of you, senior, in the 10 lands? With such profound cultivation as you, senior, you shouldn't be unknown," Zhang Daoren asked in surprise. Li Xiandao explained, "It's normal that I'm indifferent to fame and fortune and don't interact with others. I'm about to ascend to immortality and reach my limit. Many times, even if you don't want to leave, the great Tao of the world will subtly urge you to leave quickly." Li Xiandao's words resonated deeply with Zhang Daoren. He said, "This humble monk also feels the same way. You don't want to leave, but the great Tao of the world is pushing you to leave. How old are you, Daoist master? And why haven't you ascended to immortality despite reaching this level of cultivation?" Li Xiandao asked curiously. "I'm just 8,000 years old this year." Zhang Daoren gestured. "As for why I haven't ascended, it's because I haven't properly trained the next 10th Earth Enforcer," Zhang Daoren said softly. "The enforcers of the 10 regions?" Li Xiandao asked in surprise. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a profession. A long, long time ago, people from the 9 heavens would descend to the 10 lands and develop them into a support force for their own power, causing the 10 lands to gradually lose their vitality. In response, the people of the 10 lands rose up in resistance and engaged in a series of battles of wits and courage with the people from the 9 heavens. Zhang Daoren recounted in detail. Li Xiandao listened silently, roasted the 3 rabbits, gave one to Tianya, one to Zhang Daoren, and kept one for himself. Although Tianya was very hungry, she was a beautiful and ladylike girl. "You can't eat in a way that looks bad." Zhang Daoren took out 2 jugs of fine wine from his ever-present magical treasures and handed them to Li Xiandao. "This is a fine wine that has been brewed for 1,000 years. Senior, please join me for a drink," Zhang Daoren invited. Li Xiandao nodded, reached out and took the pot. Then the mask shrank slightly, revealing Li Xiandao's mouth, just big enough for him to eat meat and drink wine. After enjoying the wine, Zhang Daoren continued to tell the story of the law enforcers in the 10 regions. No matter how clever the people of the 10 lands are, they are not as powerful as the people of the 9 heavens, so they suffered repeated defeats. At that time, the heavenly Tao, in accordance with the will of the people, found the unparalleled genius of the 10 lands, gave him resources, nurtured him to become an invincible powerhouse, and then wiped out those who crossed over from the other realms in one fell swoop, Zhang Daoren recounted. Li Xiandao nodded, indicating that he understood. This profession was created by the heavenly Tao to protect the 10 lands. Choose a talented young man, nurture him, give him the destiny of a protagonist, provide him with various resources, train him to become an enforcer, and then begin to protect the 10 lands and enforce the law against those who cross over. This is equivalent to this person having a short-lived protagonist destiny. Juqi nurtured him, and his responsibility is to kill those who cross over into other realms. Zhang Daoren was the enforcer of the law in this generation. Therefore, his ability to cultivate to the pinnacle of the world at the age of 8,000 was not only due to his own efforts, but also to the support of the heavenly Tao. Zhang Daoren has his own mission, and he also needs to train the next enforcer of the 10 regions before he can leave. Li Xiandao exclaimed, "I never imagined there was such a profession. Have you found a successor yet?" "I found him, and he's currently being trained. He's ready to graduate. I was planning to leave after resolving this matter, but I didn't expect that you, senior, could resolve it so easily," Zhang Daoren said truthfully. "They are too weak," Li Xiandao said softly. Zhang Daoren's face stiffened. Was the little demon king of Hun Tian Dao weak? In the end, they all used power beyond their limits, triggering a lightning tribulation, but they were still instantly killed by Li Xiandao's sword. Are they too weak? It's clearly Li Xiandao who's too abnormal. Of course, Zhang Daoren wouldn't say that. Instead, he asked, "Why did you unleash power far exceeding the limits of this world, yet it didn't trigger a tribulation of lightning?" This was something that Zhang Daoren found very puzzling. Li Xiandao opened his hands, and lines of Dao patterns appeared, transforming into a restriction. "See, that's it," Li Xiandao said. Zhang Daoren looked closely and asked in confusion, "A restriction?" "That's right. All the sword energy I used before contained restrictions. These restrictions are the power of this world itself, so they won't trigger a lightning tribulation," Li Xiandao nodded. Master Zhang suddenly understood and said gratefully, "Thank you for clearing up my doubts, senior. This is nothing. We can discuss and debate with each other all night," Li Xiandao suggested. Since Zhang Daoren is an enforcer cultivated by the heavenly Tao, he must possess extraordinary strength or Daoist aura. That's why Li Xiandao was willing to discuss the Tao with him. Li Xiandao would never discuss Tao with ordinary people like Gu Ling and Lu Mingyue. Chapter 264 Little Seven's Grandma. Part 3. Li Xiandao and Zhang Daoren discussed the Tao. In the dilapidated mountain god temple, Li Xiandao and Zhang Daoren engaged in the most powerful debate in the 10 lands. Tianya was the only eyewitness. She seemed to know that this was a rare opportunity, so she disregarded elegance and finished the roasted rabbit in a few bites, then listened intently. At first, she could understand because both Li Xiandao and Zhang Daoren started with the simplest Tao, such as eating, drinking, and sleeping. However, after a few words, the conversation escalated to the path of cultivation, from pioneering, transcending the mortal realm, the cycle of destiny, and seeking the truth. These profound insights flashed by quickly as the two exchanged their words. Tianya started to not understand, but she still memorized it by rote, not caring if she didn't understand, as long as she remembered it. But as they continued to remember, Zhang Daoren and Li Xiandao's bodies began to glow, floated up, sat cross-legged, and were surrounded by layers of radiant light, colorful and exuding the charm of the great Tao. Li Xiandao and Zhang Daoren began to discuss the realms of Tao after becoming a sage. This made Tianya yawn loudly. Her eye bags were heavy, and she felt drowsy. She glanced at Li Xiandao, and her immortal grandfather was now surrounded by countless Tao principles, each one of which gave Tianya a headache. So she simply stopped watching. Go straight to sleep. She slept soundly, and even in her dream, it seemed as if two enormous giants were discussing the Tao, but Qianya did not experience any splitting headache. Inside the mountain god temple, the debate between Li Xiandao and Zhong Daoren reached a fever pitch. The two became one, and stopped speaking, instead discussing the Tao through their souls, the essence of the Tao, and their insights. The profound insights of the two individuals were transformed into a single sphere. The two spheres began to come into contact, merge, and collide, creating their own cremation. At the same time, the two spheres are also absorbing each other's strengths to make up for their own weaknesses. Of course, Li Xiandao absorbed less, while Zhong Daoren absorbed more. Overall, however, both of them gained something. Inside the mountain god temple, the Taoist aura permeated the air, and the Great Tao manifested itself. The Great Tao, which is difficult for ordinary people to comprehend, was revealed here one by one. Early the next morning, Li Xiandao parted ways with Zhong Daoren. Zhong Daoren rode his old ox back to the Taoist temple, where he needed to go into seclusion. He had absorbed too much from Li Xiandao, and he felt he needed to settle down and reflect. Li Xiandao was all right. He made very few additions, only correcting his previous shortcomings intact. The next second, Li Xiandao woke up Qianya, who was still asleep, and then helped her wash up. While washing up, Li Xiandao asked Qianya why she had obtained dragon tooth rice. Qianya then told her everything about how she ran away from home. Li Xiandao's tone turned serious as he said, "Your parents must be very worried about you running away from home." "I'm going to take you back," Qianya exclaimed. "I can take you back, but only for a visit and to say goodbye to my parents. I want to stay with Grandpa Immortal from now on." Li Xiandao said softly, "You are still young and need the company of your family." "I'm not young anymore, I'm 10 years old, almost 11. I've reached the Tao realm, and I've also obtained dragon tooth rice and signed a coexistence contract with it," Qianya exclaimed. "Do you really want to follow Grandpa Immortal?" Li Xiandao asked. "Of course, Grandpa Immortal is my idol, and I must follow Grandpa Immortal," Qianya said firmly. "Then I'll take you home first and discuss it properly with your parents. Once they agree, I'll take you away," Li Xiandao said. "Okay." Qianya smiled happily and readily agreed. She wasn't stupid. She knew there were many benefits to following Li Xiandao. Her parents wouldn't be stupid. They knew that Qianya would definitely benefit a lot from following Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao looked at Qianya's smile and reached out to touch her hair. This girl was just so lovable. "If you follow Grandpa Immortal, you have to listen to him in everything and you're never allowed to leave him for the rest of your life," Li Xiandao said. "I will definitely behave well and never leave Grandpa Fairy." Qianya nodded her little head firmly. Li Xiandao waited for Qianya to finish washing up, then picked her up and took a step out. Boom. At Qianya's house, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The family had been searching all night and were extremely anxious. They were now rushing back to meet up with Qianya and see if she had been found. If not, they would continue searching and expand the search area. Li Xiandao said to Qianya, "Go in and tell your parents that I won't be going." Qianya nodded obediently and went inside. Li Xiandao stood with his hands behind his back, facing the rising sun, not wanting to see the trivialities of family life and the weeping. "It's not that I dislike it. Instead, I feel envious." Li Xiandao, who was born an orphan, also secretly longed for such a family. "Given time, I too can have a virtuous wife and a pair of lovely children," Li Xiandao thought to himself. Xiao Qi's sweet smile appeared in his mind. After waiting for about 15 minutes, Qianya came out of her house, and her family saw her off. When they saw Li Xiandao, the family knelt down in front of him. "Thank you for taking Qianya in, sir. Our family is willing to send Qianya to your side to listen to your teachings and receive your guidance," Tianhen said respectfully. Li Xiandao looked at them and said, "I will take good care of Qianya. You can contact Qianya yourselves in the future using this pocket watch." Li Xiandao tossed out a pocket watch, which he had given specifically to Qianya. Its main function was to communicate with Qianya. This pocket watch cannot be brought into the Heaven and Earth Bank. Thank you, sir. Tian Hen kowtowed in gratitude. Li Xiandao nodded, reached out and took Tianya's hand, saying, Don't worry, we'll be going now. Tianya obediently said goodbye to her parents and grandfather. Boom. A complex six-pointed star formation appeared beneath Li Xiandao's feet, and he and Tianya vanished instantly. Only Tianhen's family remained, feeling both happy and sad. I'm so happy that my daughter has gained the favor of a truly powerful person. She'll surely rise to great heights and be more successful than any of them. It's heartbreaking that it will be so difficult to see my daughter again in the future. Heaven and Earth Bank. Li Xiandao brought Tianya back and immediately summoned Shao Qi. Wow, you went out to kidnap children? Shao Qi exclaimed in surprise when she came in and saw Tianya. Li Xiandao's face darkened, and he looked helplessly at Shao Qi. After their relationship deepened, Shao Qi would often tease him like this. Tianya, go with your little seventh grandma and familiarize yourself with this place, Li Xiandao said with a dark face. Shao Qi's smiling face instantly turned as dark as Li Xiandao's. She glared fiercely at Li Xiandao, feeling deeply wronged. She used to ask people to call her Auntie Shao Qi, but now she's gone even further and upgraded her status to grandma. Tianya was quite sensible. Instead of calling her grandma, she affectionately called out, Sister Shao Qi. Shao Qi's expression softened a bit. Without even glancing at Li Xiandao, she grabbed Tianya's hand and said, Come on, let's go change into new clothes. We won't be with your immortal grandpa anymore. Chapter 265 Planting Dragon Tooth Rice. Part 4. Li Xiandao watched Shao Qi and Tianya leave, then returned to his room and took out the dragon tooth rice. The dragon tooth rice, which had been shrunk by Tianya, was now placed on the table by Li Xiandao. Change back yourself, and we'll have a chat, Li Xiandao said calmly. The dragon tooth rice returned to its original state, half the size of Tianya, and was entirely blood red. Each grain of rice had facial features, making it very three-dimensional, resembling an old man. Although not very strong, they possess a vast, even boundless amount of energy within their bodies. That is the energy for reproduction. Are you Tianya's immortal grandfather? Longyami asked. Li Xiandao nodded and said, I am the owner of the Heaven and Earth Bank. From today onwards, you belong to me. Longyami did not argue, saying, If you want to have me, you will face a lot of pressure. What kind of pressure? Li Xiandao asked. The pressure from the 9 heavens, the pressure from the immortal realm, Longyami said, standing up straight. You mean the people in the 9 heavens want you, and the people in the immortal realm also want you? Li Xiandao asked. Obviously, who wouldn't want a divine object like me? Dragon Tooth Rice said proudly. Indeed, I have read in various historical records that you once roamed the 10 lands and the 9 heavens in the far, far past, Li Xiandao said softly. It's all old news, why bring it up? Longya Rice said sadly. You were once under the control of the barbarian experts of the 10 lands, but why did you disappear? And why have you reappeared now? Li Xiandao asked curiously. Because I am too powerful, I am envied, so people want to kill me and destroy the 10 lands, Longyami said vaguely. Who wants to kill you? Li Xiandao asked. I can't say it. If I mention that person's name, he'll sense it and come from another realm. You won't be able to stop him, and neither will I. I don't want to be captured and imprisoned forever right after I was born, Longyami said nervously. So powerful. Li Xiandao looked at it in surprise. That's how powerful I am. I could crush you to death with just one finger, Longyami said without any politeness. Li Xiandao wasn't angry. He murmured, so powerful, they can only be from the immortal realm. Longyami looked at Li Xiandao and said, I didn't say anything. It's all your own guessing. Li Xiandao looked at it, then changed the subject, saying, in that era, the immortal realm, the 9 heavens, and the 10 earths were all equal. The people of the immortal realm believed that the 10 earths and the 9 heavens were not equal to them, so they destroyed you, which led to that great war and established the 9 heavens and the 10 earths as subordinate worlds of the immortal realm, right? These are all Li Xiandao's own guesses, conclusions drawn from historical records and the accounts of Longyami. Longyami sighed. Even if you know the inside story, what can you do? Nothing much. I just want to find out who destroyed you so I can take precautions, Li Xiandao said truthfully. He traced that history, but he never intended to avenge them or challenge the status of the immortal realm. It's been countless millennia since then. Only a fool like Li Xiandao would think of avenging them. Li Xiandao wouldn't do anything that wouldn't bring him any benefit. If you want to know who attacked me back then, wait until you break through to the immortal realm. You are very powerful now, but this is the 10 lands, the weakest place in the 3 realms. You'll have to start all over again once you enter the 9 heavens, let alone the immortal realm, Longyami said irritably. That makes sense. Li Xiandao nodded, looking at the dragon tooth rice, and said, since you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. From now on, you can focus on breeding dragon tooth rice in my heaven and earth bank, so that all my subordinates can eat dragon tooth rice. No problem. This is my specialty. Longyami readily agreed. How many offspring can you reproduce in one go? Li Xiandao asked. Judging by the density of spiritual energy, the 10 lands were once just like the immortal realm. I can reproduce trillions of people's worth of dragon tooth rice in one go, Dragon Tooth Rice said proudly. And now? Li Xiandao asked. The spiritual energy in the 10 lands is too thin now, but the spiritual energy in your place is still quite good. Dragon Tooth Rice should have no problem multiplying several hundred people at once, right? Dragon Tooth Rice predicted. Very good. Then what is the cycle of reproduction? Li Xiandao asked. 1 month. Longya Rice said. So fast. Li Xiandao exclaimed in surprise. He had thought it would take half a year or a year. I am a rare and top-tier divine object. Even immortal artifacts are not as precious as 1% of me. If I were the same person I was back then, and I had created countless clones scattered all over the world, then truly no one would go hungry, and no one would die of old age so quickly, Longya Rice exclaimed. It was destroyed by a powerful being from the celestial realm back then, and it took many years to recover, but it is far from being back to its peak state. Then why did you sign a coexistence contract with Tianya? Li Xiandao asked. Because she is the one destined for me. I was defeated by that bastard back then. He seized my essence and suppressed me with a grand formation and star sand, which is why I was trapped on that isolated island for countless millennia. Even though I repaired most of my body, I still couldn't escape. Longyami sighed, his words filled with bitter tears. If Tianya hadn't dug me out, I wouldn't be able to get out now, and you wouldn't be able to find me either, because there are repulsion formations all around that island, and only Tianya could get in, Longyami said with emotion. Understood. Li Xiandao nodded and looked at Longya Rice. Do you need paddy fields to propagate new dragon tooth rice? Li Xiandao asked. Yes, you need to clear farmland for me. Longya Rice nodded. Li Xiandao stood up and walked outside, saying, Come with me, I'll take you to cultivate the rice paddies. The Universal Library is inaccessible. The entire mountain is a library, inhabited by the Book Spirit clan, making it unsuitable as a rice paddy. We can't even go to the main hall of inheritance. Countless souls are buried on the mountain peaks. Are we cultivating rice paddies there to plant dragon tooth rice on their coffins? They couldn't go to the Forbidden Mountain either, as it was covered in restrictions, and Li Xiandao would be heartbroken if they damaged it. After much thought, there was only one option: the Great Hall of Time. Within the mountain peak of the Time Palace, only the Time Palace stands atop, while the rest is an empty area. It is very suitable for cultivating rice paddies. Li Xiandao arrived here with dragon tooth rice and touched the ground with his hand. Rumble. The earth churned, as if a dragon were plowing the land, creating countless rice paddies. The entire mountain peak was transformed into rice paddies for hundreds of people by Li Xiandao. After the paddies were irrigated and standardized farmland was established, Longya Rice flew up and scattered its seeds. Just wait, the new Longya Rice will be ready in a month. Longya Rice is also looking forward to it. Countless millennia have passed since its emergence, and the first seeds of this plant nurtured the first batch of Longya rice. Chapter 266 1008 Contracts. Part 5. After scattering the seeds, Longya rice stopped watching the paddy field. It was experienced enough to know there wouldn't be any problems. Seeing that it didn't care, Xiandao was relieved and sent Longyami to find Tianya. Xiandao returned to his room and met Xiao Qi saw Xiandao and said irritably, "You've gone a bit too far this time, making Tianya call me grandma. Are you saying I'm old?" Xiandao asked curiously. "Tianya calls me Grandpa Immortal, but she doesn't call you grandma. Aren't we from different generations?" "Pa. Shameless." Xiao Qi blushed and spat at Xiandao, her frustration and anger dispelled by those words. "Well, my cultivation has reached the peak of the eternal land. If I continue, I will ascend to immortality. Have you compiled all the contracts from the 10 lands yet?" Xiandao changed the subject and asked. When it came to serious matters, Xiao Qi was quite serious. He said, "I have compiled all the contracts from the 10 lands. Excluding the Greatly Land and the Desolate Ancient Land, the other 8 worlds have a total of 1008 valid contracts." Xiandao clicked his tongue and said, "So many?" "Yes, these are all contracts signed by living hosts, 1008 in total. There are a lot more of those hosts who perished halfway through their contracts," Xiao Qi said helplessly. Xiandao frowned. There were indeed many, and most of them were in other worlds. "Issue a notice. The 3rd general meeting of Qiandi Qianzhuang is about to begin." Xiandao said solemnly. "They are still cultivating," Xiao Qi said. "After 3 months of cultivation, it's almost time. Ring the bell." Xiandao insisted. "What are your subordinates supposed to do? They come to collect these bad debts when you need to deal with them." In the past, Xiandao had to personally visit people, but now he can stay behind the scenes. Thump, thump, thump. The 3 chimes echoed throughout the heaven and earth money shop, reaching everyone. The bell's sound was deep, resonant, and majestic. Everyone who heard the bell opened their eyes. The old man immediately knew that this meant a meeting was about to begin, so he quickly stopped his cultivation and rushed to where Xiandao was. The newcomers looked at each other, completely bewildered. What are they trying to do? Are we going to war? Confused and bewildered, they followed the old man's figure and headed towards where Xiandao was. On the plaza outside the trading hall, Xiandao, dressed in white and wearing a mask in the style of ink painting, stood with his hands behind his back on the steps, watching the people who were arriving one after another below. This meeting was moved outdoors because Xiandao had gained several powerful demons under his command. When everyone had almost arrived, Xiandao glanced over and found that everyone was full of energy and had reached their peak. Xiandao focused his attention on Tian Guangming. After 3 months of seclusion, Tian Guangming was finally able to stand tall and look at the people around him with great pride. "I'm finally not at the bottom anymore." Tian Guangming proudly puffed out his chest, looking incredibly arrogant. His divine status was modified by Xiandao, and he made rapid progress. Previously, the divine authority did not provide significant support to Tian Guangming, so he relied solely on his own perseverance to cultivate to the 20th step of the legendary realm. Now that the divine power has been restored, it has all been returned to the heavens. Now, Tian Guangming was jumping to a new realm almost every few days. He broke through the legendary realm and reached the limit of this world. What level of attainment? He was more powerful than Lu Qingfeng, but a level weaker than Zhang Daoren. This was already incredible for Tian Guangming. He finally experienced the loneliness of a master. The bright sky now stands tall, its chest held high, as if to tell the 3 people, Monk Tianxin, Lucifer, and the moon angel Ursula. Starting today, he has changed his name. From now on, please call him Tian Bright Male God Mochoming. Looking at Tian Guangming's arrogant demeanor, Xiandao sighed silently. Be more low-key. Didn't you see that Monk Tianxin, Lucifer, and the moon angel are all looking at you with hostility? You're going to pick 3 by yourself? And at that very moment, the magic frogs have arrived. Rumble. The demon frog and its 7 brothers made no attempt to conceal their imposing presence. Each of them exuded demonic energy and possessed enormous size, appearing as a cloud of black mist as they flew over. Thump. The demonic frog descended onto the plaza, making a loud noise, then shrank its body and said excitedly and respectfully, "Master, I have recovered, I have fully recovered." The fully recovered demonic frog is at the same level as Xiandao, the limits of the world. Otherwise, Demon Frog wouldn't have dared to lead his brothers to storm Dolan Temple back then. Xiandao looked at it calmly, nodded and said, "Not bad. Master, I've also broken through to the legendary realm, just 1 step away from the world's limit." The donkey galloped ahead, its fur smooth and its muscles strong, looking just like a giant calf. The sky-piercing bull was even more exaggerated, with a massive body as large as a mountain. If it hadn't been shrunk, the entire plaza wouldn't have been able to contain it. Then there are wild boars, whose imposing presence is even more terrifying, with a pair of sharp-pointed tusks that are more ferocious than any divine weapon. There are also pangolins, divine eagles, celestial dogs, and dragons. Each one was more terrifying than the last, especially the dragon, which was majestic, and its scales were even more terrifying and unstoppable. "Master, why did you ring the bell to summon us?" The devouring dog restrained its aura, its black fur as smooth as silk, and approached Xiandao to ask. Everyone else looked at Xiandao. Even Tianya and Li Huai's sister were brought along and stood aside. Because they were the only 2 people of similar age, they were standing together at that moment. The 3rd meeting of the Heaven and Earth Bank is about to begin. Xiandao announced calmly. After he made the announcement, the veteran members immediately lined up and stood quietly. The new members followed suit and began to line up, standing on both sides, looking at Xiandao on the steps. Xiandao said with satisfaction, "I've gathered you all here today because there are many contracts that you need to handle." "Master, leave it to me, Demon Frog. I'll bring my brothers and make sure they handle it perfectly," Demon Frog said, eager to prove himself. Xiandao looked at the 8 of them. They were all demonic beasts, fierce and menacing, with extraordinary aura and a pervasive demonic energy that seemed to pierce the clouds. They were truly all villains. "Don't worry, there are a total of 1,008 contracts this time, spread across the 8 worlds. Each of you can take some. Except for the 2 little girls, all of you go out and finish these contracts," Xiandao said calmly. At this moment, Xiao Qi brought over a box, placed it in the center, and then walked to Xiandao's side. These contracts were all breached by the other party, so if the other party is unwilling to fulfill them, then you can take action, Xiandao said coldly. "If the other party sees you and is willing to pay the price for breach of contract, then we can spare his life," Xiandao said, offering these people a way out. "Confess and you'll be treated leniently. Resist and be severely punished. If you actively cooperate and pay the price for your breach of contract, then everyone benefits. If you refuse to admit it, then I'm sorry." Xiandao's subordinates, who had been training diligently for 3 months, were no pushovers. Kill without mercy. Chapter 267, The Dragon's Breath. Part 1. Upon hearing Xiandao's words, everyone in the square perked up. This matter had to be handled well. Especially the 8 demons, who had just joined Xiandao's ranks, had enjoyed 3 months of abundant spiritual energy without having made any contributions. Their injuries were completely healed, and some even made further progress, making them even more eager to make contributions. Therefore, they are all full of vigor and enthusiasm. "Master, please give your orders. We brothers all want to share your burdens. Besides, we are new here, so please give us a chance, brothers, to handle those difficult or powerful contracts so we can prove ourselves," Demon Frog pleaded with Monk Tianxin and the others. Monk Tianxin and the others didn't care. It wasn't the first time they dealt with contracts. "You 8 should choose your contracts first," Xiandao said upon seeing this. The magic frog and its brothers were overjoyed and immediately ran to the box to start choosing. This is a contract for the Holy Land, for you. I know that. It's an elder from the demon clan's Holy Land. His magical treasure is so powerful, I never imagined it was borrowed from our heaven and earth bank. I'll go get it back. Then I'll take this one, a peerless swordsman atop Lonely Mountain. I love people who live high in the sky. Divine Eagle grabbed a contract and continued to choose. There are over 1,000 contracts. If each person only gets one, when will they ever get one? They pick and choose, specifically targeting contracts with high-level cultivation and great influence. The 8 demons, each taking 10 contracts, retreated contentedly and stood aside. Xiandao looked at the others and said, "You can divide the rest among yourselves. My only request is that you clear it out within a month." "Yes, sir," everyone replied solemnly. Xiandao turned and left, leaving them there to start dividing the contracts. The third general meeting of Tiandi Chenjuang is adjourned. Rumble. The earth trembled, the clouds parted, and a huge black and red figure swept through the clouds in a gentle breeze. Flood Dragon. It obtained 10 contracts, and after leaving the Heaven and Earth Bank, it began liquidation based on the distance, starting with the closest one. Roar. A massive dragon was weaving through the clouds, letting out excited roars. "This is my first time serving my master, so I must do my best. My master is incredibly powerful, and I am sure I can improve rapidly under his guidance. I might even purify my bloodline, transform from a Jiao into a dragon, or even metamorphose into an ancient dragon." The Jiao dragon was now full of hope. Its origins are extraordinary, but because of its impure bloodline, it could never transform into a dragon and was banished to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Here, it befriended the demon frog and the others, becoming brothers in life and death. He thought he would live out his life like this. No matter how hard he tried, the dragon could not transform into a dragon, let alone revert to its ancestral form. However, during these 3 months at Xiandao's Heaven and Earth Bank, the dragon felt that after its injuries healed, the last bit of ancient dragon bloodline in its body was reviving. This is an experience it has never had in the past 10,000 years. The dragon's body was originally black and extremely ugly, looking like a low-quality dragon. But now its body has begun to transform, with a large amount of deep red appearing, intertwined with black, incredibly huge, like demonic patterns, making the dragon majestic, and its head has also changed. Dragon horns began to grow, and dragon whiskers sprouted. All these changes indicated that it was reviving its ancient bloodline. "Dragon clan, you expelled me from your race, banished me to the heavens and the earth, leaving me to fend for myself, and causing my mother immense grief. We must settle this score." The dragon felt a surge of nameless rage at the thought of this. "I will serve my master faithfully and gain his favor. I will definitely have a brighter future than those little ancestral dragons in your dragon clan." The dragon firmly believed in its master. This is its opportunity, which it must seize. Therefore, the contracts that Jiaolong obtained were all from masters who had surpassed the legendary 33 steps. The first contract is with a white crane elder from the eternal demon clan Holy Land. The dragon's body flashed instantly. It shot off, and in front of it, a 6-pointed star-shaped restriction array appeared, instantly enveloping it and making it disappear. Boom. The next second, the dragon appeared above a large mountain. Northern Demon Clan. This is the great holy land of the demon race in the Eternal Land. Unlike small places like Dakingshan, it is inhabited by famous and powerful demons. The arrival of the dragon immediately put everyone on edge. Nothing more. The dragon's aura was terrifying, even more so than a demon that had surpassed the legendary level 33. It crashed down like a thunderbolt, instantly intimidating the Northern Demon Clan. "Jiaolong, do I still have Jiaolong in my eternal realm?" a great demon exclaimed in shock. "What brings you to my Northern Prefecture Demon Clan?" A legendary 33-step demon flew out and asked. The dragon's body swam in the air, its enormous head like a small mountain, staring at the people of the Northern Prefecture Demon Clan, and said in a booming voice, "I want to see your elder white crane." As soon as the dragon finished speaking, a pure white crane flew out from the mountains of the northern demon clan. Its aura was extraordinary, and it was at the same level as Lu Qingfeng. "What brings you to see me, Your Excellency?" the white crane asked solemnly. It too had sensed the dragon's aura, which was terrifying and likely reached the limits of the world. "White crane, do you still remember this contract?" When the dragon saw White Crane, it opened its mouth and spat out a contract, which flew out and hovered in the air. The White Crane shuddered, staring at the dragon in disbelief, speechless. The dragon said coldly, "It seems you still remember. Then you should know that you have breached the contract, and you know the consequences of breaching the contract, right?" The White Crane stared at the dragon, its expression somewhat angry, and said, "Didn't you disappear? Why did it have to happen at this time? If they've all disappeared, then let them disappear forever." The White Crane cursed inwardly. It borrowed a very wondrous magical treasure, which must be repaid in 10,000 years. Defaulting on the loan will incur a 10-fold penalty. The current White Cranes cannot afford to pay 10 times the price. The dragon stared at the White Crane, its aura turning cold. Its body swayed, and its enormous head drew closer, its moon-sized eyes coldly fixed on it. "You're not planning to pay the price for breach of contract. I'll give you back your grandmother," he said coldly, and suddenly made a move. A cold light transformed into a sharp sword, piercing towards the dragon's eye. "Fine, since you won't return it, then go die." The dragon was not afraid. When the sword came, it neither dodged nor evaded, but simply closed its eyes. Clang! The long sword struck the dragon's eyelids, sparks flying, but it did not harm the dragon in the slightest. He was shocked. "How is this possible? Your defense is so terrifying." "Die!" The dragon opened its huge mouth and unleashed a fierce breath of fire, pouring out all the magma and engulfing the White Crane. This wasn't fire, but magma. The dragon itself was of the fire element, and this magma was lava from the Earth's core, with an extremely high temperature. It cooked the White Crane in an instant. Roasted White Crane. Chapter 268 The Mighty Man Under Heaven. Part 2. The people of the Northern Demon Clan were stunned. "Is this what it is?" A single burst of fiery breath instantly killed their White Crane ancestor. Their White Crane ancestor's sword couldn't even pierce the dragon's eyelid. That's terrifying. The demons of the Northern Prefecture were so frightened that they dared not move, silently watching the dragon. At this moment, the dragon can do whatever it wants. The White Crane was roasted, and the dragon opened its blood-red maw and swallowed it whole. Click, click. After chewing a few times, the dragon spat out a green bead, about the size of a normal human head, with a greenish hue throughout, containing strange energy. Bloodline bead. The dragon stared greedily at the emerald green bead, filled with intense desire. This bead doesn't have much power, but it can purify the bloodline within a demon, removing impurities and refining its concentration. Purification is slow, but it can be continued for a long time. This is exactly the kind of pearl that the dragon needs. I'll swallow this and use it for a few days. I'll give it to my master when I get back, the dragon thought silently as it swallowed the bloodline bead. If we can improve it even a little, then we should improve it. After killing the White Crane, the dragon glanced coldly at the Northern Demon Clan, turned around, and quickly flew away. The contract ends when the contract host is dead. If you can't pay the penalty for breach of contract, you're dead. Xiaolong had other contracts to deal with and had no time to fight the Northern Demon Clan. In fact, the Northern Demon Clan also wanted the dragon to leave. They didn't have the courage to rebuke the dragon. Even the powerful White Crane ancestor was roasted by a blazing breath. Xiaolong had it easy, and so did the others. Like Li Yue, with his domineering blade in hand, after 3 months of cultivation amidst abundant spiritual energy, his cultivation level advanced further, reaching its limit. With this combination of his domineering blade, his swordsmanship, and the black space, he was truly formidable. No one can rival him. Li Yue went straight to the person who owed the debt and coldly asked, Are you planning to pay the penalty for breach of contract? Give me back my mother. It's been over 10,000 years. What's the point of giving me back my mother's mother? This person was quite arrogant, a legendary 33-step cultivator, who thought himself invincible and didn't take Li Yue seriously at all. A fierce glint flashed in Li Yue's eyes, and his domineering blade slashed directly. A cold light flashed, and the space in front of him was split in two, creating a spatial rift. The arrogant man was killed instantly, leaving behind a pool of blood. Li Yue took back the magical artifact that the Heaven and Earth Bank had lent him and turned to leave. There's also Tian Guangming, who is now very powerful. In order to show his might, he also followed his disciples' example and only asked one question. You have violated the contract you signed with my Tiandi money house. Are you prepared to pay the penalty? Tian Guangming asked coldly, his imposing aura undisguised. If the other party refused, he would strike instantly. I'm willing to pay the penalty for breach of contract. To everyone's surprise, the person agreed without hesitation. Tian Guangming was taken aback, blinked, and asked, Are you willing to pay the penalty for breach of contract? His imposing manner slowly dissipated, leaving him speechless. Tian Guangming was all ready to show off his macho prowess, so why was he willing to pay the penalty for breach of contract? I've been preparing to pay the penalty for breach of contract. I'm unwilling to hand over this treasure I obtained, otherwise I would have terminated the contract long ago. The man sighed. He obtained a treasure from the Heaven and Earth Bank that could amplify his strength. Once activated, it would increase it by 5 to 10 times, which was quite remarkable for someone at the legendary level. Therefore, he was unwilling to terminate the contract. Over the years, thanks to this amplifying treasure, he has been invincible, collecting treasures everywhere and raising enough money to cover the breach of contract penalty, all while waiting for this day. After listening, Tian Guangming clicked his tongue, somewhat speechless. The first contract was won without bloodshed, leaving Tian Guangming with a sense of powerlessness, like punching cotton. Can we let him show off his macho charm? Suppressing his anger, Tian Guangming accepted the penalty for breach of contract and the enhancement item, then warned the other party not to reveal the identity of the Heaven and Earth Bank. He stormed off to the second contract office, seething with anger. This time, shouldn't we show him some macho charm? Your Excellency, here is the penalty for breach of contract, and the forging holy hammer I borrowed. I will repay it all now. The person from the second contract had been waiting for Tian Guangming. As soon as Tian Guangming arrived, without Tian Guangming even asking, he immediately presented the penalty for breach of contract and the borrowed items with both hands. Tian Guangming was completely dumbfounded. How did you know I was coming? Tian Guangming asked, puzzled. The man in front of me is my blood brother. After the messenger left, he used a bloodline secret technique to inform me, and I offered him the price for breach of contract and the treasures with both hands. This was a blacksmith, or perhaps a divine craftsman, wielding a holy forging hammer, and forging countless treasures. The price he paid for breaching the contract was 10,000 divine weapons. Over the years, he has been collecting raw materials from all over the world and started forging them, working tirelessly day and night. Thanks to the forging holy hammer, his forging skills have continuously improved, and now, even without the forging holy hammer, his forging skills are already quite advanced. Tian Guangming reluctantly accepted the 10,000 divine weapons and the holy hammer that had been breached. You don't have a third brother, do you? Tian Guangming asked fiercely before leaving. The master craftsman shook his head and hurriedly said, There are only 2 of us brothers. Good. Tian Guangming shouted and soared into the sky, heading aggressively towards the third house. The third family was unprepared and unaware that Tian Guangming was coming. They were even holding a birthday banquet to celebrate their ancestor's 11,000th birthday. The old ancestor laughed heartily, embracing a beautiful young woman, overjoyed. You borrowed a pseudo-immortal artifact from our Heaven and Earth Bank, with a repayment due in 10,000 years. Now you've breached the contract. Do you intend to pay the penalty? Tian Guangming arrived and asked bluntly and fiercely. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't spout nonsense here. The patriarch, celebrating his birthday, snorted coldly in front of everyone. Go to hell. Tian Guangming's expression brightened with joy. Finally, he wasn't going to voluntarily pay the penalty for breach of contract. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch. Rumble. This was a punch filled with the extreme rage of Tian Guangming, who had broken through to the legendary 33rd step realm. After failing to find 2 places in a row, Tian Guangming finally encountered someone who was resisting him. Why would he waste words with him? Just kill them. The punch was delivered with dazzling light, so bright it blinded everyone around. The old ancestor drew his pseudo-immortal artifact and roared. You took 3,000 years of my lifespan to give me this pseudo-immortal artifact, and now you want to take it back? Dream on. Tian Guangming's eyes turned cold, and without hesitation, he unleashed his full power. This punch landed without any hesitation, unleashing a torrent of energy that instantly melted the legendary patriarch at the 30th step. In an instant, the old man died, and the whole family was thrown into chaos. After throwing that punch, Tian Guangming let out a long sigh and said, "It proves that I really am a tough guy." He casually took the pseudo-immortal artifact, ignored the family, and flew to the 4th family. Heaven, bright male god. Macho man, Ming. They've come to collect the debt. Chapter 269 Cleaning Up Those Who Cross Over. Part 3. Inside the Heaven and Earth Bank, Xiandao was constantly switching screens. Watching them one by one, and seeing them successfully retrieve their items, Xiandao was quite satisfied. Most people are unwilling to acknowledge contracts and unwilling to bear the consequences of breach of contract, so they die. Only a small number of people prepared for the consequences of breach of contract and survived. Xiandao watched without any particular reaction. He had already relaxed the restrictions and given you a way out, but if you didn't want it, then you can't blame anyone else. After switching screens for a while, Xiandao closed his eyes, lay back in the chair, and began to think about his next step. Clean up cross-industry players. This is what Xiandao will do next. Originally, it should have been the enforcer of the 10 lands, namely Zhang Daoren, who did it. However, Xiandao rose to prominence in the 10 lands, and on the verge of leaving, he still wanted to leave some traces for the 10 lands. Help the 10 regions clean up these cross-border individuals. Xiandao gave Gu Ling and the others 3 days. If they didn't leave after 3 days, then they shouldn't blame Xiandao for being impolite. 3 days passed quickly. On the 3rd day, Xiandao closed his eyes and tried to comprehend the great Tao ocean of the Eternal Land, where he detected some scattered traces of interdimensional beings. They were unaware that the dragon tooth rice had been taken by Xiandao, nor that many experts had been killed, and were still searching for the dragon tooth rice in the Eternal Land. Xiandao sensed their location, which was inside the Heaven and Earth Bank. He pointed his fingers like a sword and shot out a sword aura. Across millions of miles, a wisp of sword energy probes out. A long wind blows for tens of thousands of miles, passing through the Jade Gate Pass. This is Xiandao's current swordsmanship. In the Eternal Realm, he doesn't even need to go out. He is invincible in this world. Clang. A wisp of sword energy shot out, instantly traversing countless mountains and rivers to reach the scene. Boom. In the eyes of several cross-dimensional beings, this sword energy was like a meteor shooting down, rumbling and suppressing everything. They were terrified, they wanted to escape, they resisted. But all of this was to no avail. Rumble. The sword energy shot into the earth, instantly turning everything within 100 miles into dust. Whether it's grass, soil, rocks, trees, or humans, everything dies. A man-made lake several hundred meters deep has appeared. Soon it will be filled with water, and fish will emerge, turning it into a beautiful sight. These people didn't know who killed them until they died. Or rather, they simply couldn't imagine that there was such a terrifying person as Xiandao in the 10 lands. Xiandao unleashed 5 sword energies within the Heaven and Earth Bank, killing 5 groups of people, all of whom were cross-realm beings from the Cold Moon Heaven. After the Dragon Tooth Rice incident, Li Xiandao made a lasting impression on all the major powers in Honyue Heaven. It could be said that Li Xiandao had completely offended all the major powers in Honyue Heaven. But would Li Xiandao care? After eliminating these people, Li Xiandao began traveling the world. Li Xiandao planned to visit all 7 worlds in the 10 lands except for the Great Li Land, the Ancient Wilderness Land, and the Eternal Land, to ensure that no cross-realm beings would appear. Once one is discovered, kill them. The changes in the weather in the 10 lands do not require the intervention of those in the 9 heavens. However, just as Li Xiandao was about to leave Tiandi Money House and prepare to travel the world, Xiao Qi arrived with Tianya and Li Yue's younger sister, Li Qing'e. Go out and take those 2 girls with you, Xiao Qi said. I'm going there to kill someone. Li Xiandao emphasized. It's all right, the world is dangerous. Let them broaden their horizons, Xiao Qi said nonchalantly. Are you getting frustrated with taking care of the child? Li Xiandao suddenly smiled and asked. All the people from Tiandi Money House have gone out to collect debts, leaving only Tianya and Li Qing'e, who are being cared for by Xiao Qi. After a few days, Xiao Qi found that taking care of children was really boring and a bit frustrating, because once you get to know the children, they are no longer afraid of you. Fortunately, the 2 girls weren't as unruly as the boys. Otherwise Xiao Qi would have been handed over to Li Xiandao long ago. Okay, I'll take them out. You stay home and wait for me to come back. Li Xiandao understood Xiao Qi, so he agreed. Xiao Qi smiled sweetly and said, Then you take good care of them. Li Xiandao nodded, stood with his hands behind his back, and left the Heaven and Earth Bank with Tianya and Li Qing'e to begin their world tour. Tianya and Li Qing'e followed Li Xiandao, not daring to be too casual. They did whatever Li Xiandao told them to do, being very obedient. Grandpa Immortal, where are we going? Tianya asked curiously. Let's go to the ancient Buddha land first. Li Xiandao said calmly. My home. Li Qing'e paused, then murmured. Her hometown is in the ancient land of Buddha. Yes, when you go to your hometown, do you want to pay respects to your parents? Li Xiandao suddenly asked. Is that all right? Li Qing'e asked Li Xian in surprise. Of course. Li Xiandao nodded. It was just a trip around the world anyway. Thank you, Master. Li Qing'e said gratefully to Li Xiandao, and was very happy. Qing'e, from now on you can call him Grandpa Immortal. Just like me, it's more affectionate. Tianya held Li Qing'e's hand. The 2 fair-skinned girls were very beautiful, and together they looked like twins. Is it okay? Li Qing'e asked timidly. Li Xiandao said indifferently. Either is fine, Master or Grandpa Immortal. Grandpa Immortal. Li Qing'e immediately exclaimed, smiling happily. Li Xiandao nodded, suddenly realizing that he had now completely accepted the title of Grandpa Immortal. For no apparent reason, he, a young man in his early 20s, became a grandfather. It really is true that habit becomes second nature. Li Xiandao couldn't help but sigh. If he had stopped Tianya back then, she would probably be calling him Immortal Brother now. But even if I call him Immortal Brother, Xiao Qi won't let me bring Tianya and Li Qing'e out. Li Xiandao thought of Xiao Qi's personality, and the corners of his mouth under the mask curled up, feeling relaxed and happy. Boom. A 6-pointed star teleportation array appeared beneath their feet, and Li Xiandao, along with Tianya and Li Qing'e, stepped onto the ancient Buddhist land. Now, with the deepening of his cultivation, Li Xiandao can freely traverse between the 2 worlds without needing to stop. In the ancient Buddha land, Li Xiandao brought Li Qing'e back to pay respects to her family. Seeing Li Qing'e standing in front of her once glorious home, looking at the ruins before her, cold and desolate, her expression was sorrowful. Tianya was comforting her. Li Xiandao did not approach the 2 girls. He stood 100 meters away, closed his eyes, and comprehended the great Tao ocean of the ancient Buddha land. He discovered that 2 groups of people had smuggled themselves down and were lingering there. Li Xiandao pointed his fingers together as a sword, and from a distance of thousands of miles, he struck out with a single sword. Boom. Soon after, 2 inland lakes, each 100 miles in size, appeared in the ancient Buddha land. Xiandao stood before the ruins of the Li family, his body motionless, calmly observing. Li Qing'er respectfully kowtowed in all directions towards her home as a farewell to her parents and relatives. Then she wiped away her tears, came to Li Xiandao's side, and murmured, "Grandpa Immortal, I have finished my worship. All right, let's go to the next world." Li Xiandao nodded. Chapter 271 Month. Part 4. After leaving the ancient Buddhist land, Li Xiandao, along with his two little girls, Tianya and Li Qing'er, began a journey around the world. After the ancient Buddha land, the next world is the Cloud and Mist land. The Cloud and Mist land was once a place inhabited by many people. In ancient times, the heavenly division of the Wu clan lived here, so this place was once very glorious. But now, the foggy place won't work. Within the misty land, there are no powerful individuals who have reached the world's limit of strength. There are only a handful who have even broken through the 33 steps of the legendary realm. The cultivation energy in this world is not as strong as in other worlds, but the land is fertile, there are no disasters, and the people live in peace and contentment. As long as you work hard, you will reap the rewards. Therefore the people live very well, all industries are developing very well, commerce is booming, the city is bigger than everlasting land, and there are many smiles on the faces of the people. Li Xiandao stayed in this world for a few more days with Tianya and Li Qing'er. Because the cultivation energy in this world is not as abundant as in other worlds, this world has academies, swordsmen, imperial courts, divine constables, chivalrous heroes, scholars and female demons, and romantic tales. This is a rather romantic world. After observing for several days, Li Xiandao came to a conclusion. There were no cross-realm beings in the Cloud Mistland, but Li Xiandao still stayed for a few more days. He took Tianya and Li Qing'er to travel to several countries in the Cloud Mistland, each with its own unique characteristics, but without exception, the people there lived in peace and prosperity. This is also why Li Xiandao stayed for a few more days. Fine. After leaving the Cloud and Mistland, Li Xiandao arrived at the Great Demon Land. In stark contrast to the ancient Buddhist land, the Great Demon Land is the domain of demons. The demonic path here is not the kind of evil or crooked path, but the path of the great demon. Things can never be perfect, but I strive to have a clear conscience. You call me a demon, then I am a demon, but I will stick to what I believe in and continue on my path steadfastly. The path to enlightenment lies in one's true nature. If one's true nature remains intact and steadfast, then cultivation will proceed rapidly. There are many experts in the Great Demon Land, and several of them have crossed over from the 9 heavens. They have been discovered, and all the experts in the Great Demon Land are working together to hunt them down. However, the combined efforts of these individuals force the experts on the Great Demon Land to retreat in defeat. After all, even with the world's ultimate power, he was still an extremely powerful expert in the Great Demon Land. When Li Xiandao saw this, a smirk appeared on his lips. On a plain in the Great Demon Land, several people from other realms began a killing spree, killing several of the Great Demon Land's experts. This made the powerful figures of the Great Demon Land look grim and extremely angry. We can't beat them. The people in the heavens are truly formidable. They forced the other side to mobilize a large army to besiege them, but they still couldn't defeat them. If this keeps up, we're going to be wiped out. A man wielding a demonic sword said helplessly. What can we do then? They came to the Great Demon Land just to enslave us. Now that we've surrendered, we'll all be slaves from now on, a hot-tempered demon king roared. Yes, what does the Great Demonic Path say? A demon asked. Nothing can be perfect, but I only ask that I have a clear conscience. An old demon said coldly. Go ahead and fight. I'm a stubborn person by nature. I can't kneel down, and I'm not used to calling others master. A young, outstanding demon lord grinned and said, Then kill. Kill them with all your might. The demons roared in unison, staring at the 4 cross-dimensional beings, ready to sacrifice themselves for righteousness. But the next second, a sword aura flew from the distance in the sky, striking the 4 cross-realm beings like a meteor. Boom. The demons were all blasted away, staring blankly at the scene after the smoke and waves dissipated. The pit, stretching for miles, was filled with terrifying sword energy upon closer inspection. As for the 4 crossover individuals, they were crushed and reduced to dust long ago. Who did this? This is terrifying. Is this the kind of power that even a cultivator at the 10th Earth realm can control? My God, I almost peed my pants in fear. You've already peed. Bullshit, that's cold sweat. Can cold sweat soak through your entire pants? Do you want to fight? Come on then, who's afraid of who? In an ancient city, Xiandao watched Qianya and Li Qing'er eating noodles, and a smirk appeared on his lips hidden behind his mask. My name is... Xiandao really wanted to tell them this. The next moment, after Qianya and Li Qing'er finished eating, Xiandao led them away from the great demon land. Afterwards, Xiandao took the 2 girls to the land of 10,000 beasts, where they witnessed a world full of demonic beasts, savage beasts, and barbarians. The land of 10,000 beasts is the closest to the tribal system ruled by the barbarians at that time. They were still divided into tribes, without a country, only tribes, chiefs, and gods to worship, etc. This world also has combat power, but it is somewhat inferior to the top-tier worlds. Xiandao did not find any cross-world beings in this world. He did take Qianya and Li Qing'er on a tour of this world for several days, letting them experience different cultures and broaden their horizons. After that, Xiandao also went to Kunlun, the world inhabited by ancient people. It had the highest martial arts level and could be called the number 1 among the 10 lands. People there were often people who had reached the limit of their strength. Xiandao carefully calculated that there were at least 30 people there. However, Kunlun is very closed off from the outside world. Unless you are a descendant of the ancient ancestors, you cannot cultivate there. Extreme xenophobia resulted in ordinary people remaining ordinary, only able to cultivate shallow techniques. A very strange world. No cross-dimensional beings have been found in this world, or if there were cross-dimensional beings, they were dealt with by themselves. Finally, Xiandao went to the Red Land, a world of flames where the temperature is equivalent to a hot summer all year round. The people there are used to it and don't take it seriously at all. There are no cross-dimensional beings in this world. After playing for a few days, Xiandao, Qianya, and Li Qing'er went to the last world. Land of the Dead. This is the most eerie place in the 10 regions, filled with spirits, ghosts, spirits, mountain demons, drought demons, and the like. Normal people cannot survive in this world. There couldn't be any beings from other realms in the land of the dead. Xiandao spent a few days there with his 2 maids before leaving. The 10 great worlds, Great Desolate Land, Ancient Wasteland, Cloud and Mist Land, Ancient Buddha Land, Great Demon Land, Land of 10,000 Beasts, Kunlun Land, Red Land, Eternal Land, and Land of the Dead. Apart from the Greatly Land and the Ancient Wilderness Land, the Eternal Land is where they started. Beyond these 3 worlds, they experienced the 7 great worlds. The Ancient Buddha Land, the Cloud and Mist Land, the Great Demon Land, the Land of 10,000 Beasts, the Kunlun Land, the Red Land, and the Land of the Dead. Each has its own unique features and highlights, but what surprised Xiandao the most was the Land of the Dead. The others were all fine. After a short stroll, a month had quietly passed. Xiandao, along with Qianya and Li Qing'er, returned to the Eternal Land. Chapter 271 10,000 Divine Weapons. Part 5. After traveling around the world, Xiandao returned with Qianya and Li Qing'er. A month has passed, and the 2 girls have broadened their horizons and gained a lot of knowledge. After all, they have traveled to 8 different worlds. Inside the Heaven and Earth Bank, Xiaoqi was waiting for Xiandao to return. After not seeing him for a month, she was the first person to wait for him in the main hall. She even dressed up specially. Xiaoqi's reason for dressing up was that she was happy and in a good mood today. As for why she was happy, she didn't say, and no one knew. Xiandao led the 2 maids into the Heaven and Earth Bank. From a distance, he saw the radiant Xiaoqi, stopped, looked at Qianya and Li Qing'er, and said, "You 2 have been with me for a month, you must be tired." Now go back and rest. Qianya and Li Qing'e both nodded, obediently said goodbye to Li Xiandao, and left hand in hand. Li Xiandao then looked around. Seeing that no one was coming, he took off his mask and straightened his clothes. Yes, very appropriate. I looked at my hair, and it was neat and tidy. Li Xiandao had an idea. He reached out and messed up his hair a little, not in any real way, but just in an eyesore. After finishing, Li Xiandao walked into the hall. When Xiaoqi saw Li Xiandao, her beautiful eyes lit up with a hint of joy. This was a month after Li Xiandao acquired the Heaven and Earth Bank, and they had been separated. What was previously 500 years in the Hall of Time is but a fleeting moment to the outside world. Li Xiandao was in seclusion on the Forbidden Mountain Peak for 3 months, which Xiaoqi could see every day. For this 1 month, Li Xiandao left the Heaven and Earth Bank and traveled around the world, and Xiaoqi couldn't see him at all. Some things you don't realize when they're right in front of you, but once you've been away from them for a long time, you feel a sense of emptiness. At this moment, Xiaoqi looked at Li Xiandao with a faint smile on her face. It wasn't exaggerated, but it was very heartwarming. As Li Xiandao entered the hall, he saw the sunlight shining directly on Xiaoqi, making her even more beautiful than any fairy in heaven. Her gentle smile also brought a smile to Li Xiandao's face. What, you missed me? Li Xiandao took a few steps and smiled. Xiaoqi wrinkled her nose and said irritably, Who missed you? It's only been a month since we last saw each other, and I already miss you? Do you think I'm that easily missed? Seeing Xiaoqi's stubbornness, Li Xiandao smiled indulgently and didn't mind, saying, Then I miss you, okay? Xiaoqi was stunned, and suddenly felt her heart tighten. It was a shy nervousness, and her cheeks instantly turned pink. She never expected Li Xiandao to say that. You're not the type to miss me easily, but I'm the type to miss you easily. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage, Li Xiandao continued, smiling sweetly as he looked at Xiaoqi's rosy cheeks. You smooth talker, I wonder how many girls you've fooled, humph. Xiaoqi gave a cute humph, suppressing the joy surging in her heart. Seeing Li Xiandao's slightly disheveled long hair, she said irritably, Look at yourself, you've only been gone for a month and your hair is already all loose. Don't you know how to tie it up? Li Xiandao asked in surprise. Really? I think it's great. Xiaoqi rolled her eyes at Li Xiandao and said, Lower your head, I'll help you tie your hair. Li Xiandao obediently lowered his head, which came to just reach Xiaoqi's chest. Do not look at what is improper. Li Xiandao silently recited a sentence in his heart, then stared intently without blinking. Xiaoqi carefully tied up Li Xiandao's hair and said, Do you always tie your hair up haphazardly when you go out? I think it's fine, Li Xiandao said absent-mindedly. What's so good about it? It's filthy. Xiaoqi said disdainfully. That's because you weren't by my side, Li Xiandao said quietly. Xiaoqi was taken aback and said, Then I can't keep tying your hair forever. Why don't we just stay apart for the rest of our lives? Li Xiandao tentatively suggested. Xiaoqi smiled and was in a good mood, but said, If you want to be together for life, you should focus on running the money exchange well first, instead of ending up like the others. All right, go and rest. I won't bother you anymore. Li Xiandao wanted to continue flirting with Xiaoqi, but Xiaoqi neatly tied up Li Xiandao's hair and left. They didn't give Li Xiandao that chance. Li Xiandao reached out and touched his hair, saying, I will try my best to keep you by my side for the rest of my life. Li Xiandao returned and rested for a day. I wonder if Xiaoqi blushed and her heart fluttered because of Li Xiandao's previous actions, and that she was feeling romantic and never appeared again after leaving. Unable to see Xiaoqi, Li Xiandao idly checked on Tian Guangming and the others. They discovered that they had all returned, and brought back a lot of things. After thinking for a moment, Li Xiandao personally rang the bronze bell. Gather. It's still the same square. Li Xiandao was still standing on the steps. This time, everyone gathered much faster and in a very orderly manner, standing on both sides. Xiaoqi also appeared beside Li Xiandao in the square. Looking at his subordinates, Li Xiandao asked, "Have all the contracts been cleared?" Tian Guangming proudly stepped forward and said, "Master, this time I'm the first to clear out the contract." Tian Guangming was overshadowing the monk Tianxin, and he was very happy. The others nodded in agreement, indicating that their contracts had been cleared. Li Xiandao nodded in satisfaction and said, "You've all worked hard to get all the contracts back this time. Take out the breach of contract fees and the treasures and give them to Shao Qi." Shao Qi went down and began collecting the treasures. Most of these were borrowed treasures, with little compensation for breach of contract, because these people lacked a sense of contract and were not prepared to pay the price for breaking the contract. Only Tian Guangming brought out a huge pile of things, overflowing with them, and he received 2 penalties for breach of contract. The 10,000 divine weapons that the master craftsman compensated with were all priceless treasures. Upon inspection, Li Xiandao saw that the 10,000 divine weapons were all extremely powerful magical artifacts. Although they could not compare to immortal artifacts, they were still quite formidable to be called divine weapons. These can be given to the little Flame King. Li Xiandao remembered that his Burning Legion was unarmed. The Burning Army was still powerful even without weapons, but wouldn't it be even more powerful with weapons? Moreover, all 10,000 of these divine weapons were mass-produced by the enemy using an assembly line model. They're all giant swords. A giant sword as large as a door panel. 10,000 Flame Kings, each wielding a giant sword the size of a door panel, perfectly complementing their enormous size. When the time comes, I'll sweep you away with a single sword strike. I won't even need to kill you. I'll crush you to death. Li Xiandao stepped down and picked up a giant sword. It was extremely heavy and contained celestial sand. Once true energy was added, the gravity would increase even further. This is the best weapon for the King of Flames. Li Xiandao said happily, "You've worked hard to get the contract. Besides these divine weapons, you can choose any one of the treasures here as a reward." Upon hearing this, the dragon was the happiest. They were just short of flying up and roaring with excitement to vent their emotions. Chapter 272 Dragon Toothrice is Ripe. Part 6. When the dragon handed over the bloodline bead, it was heartbroken. The bloodline bead had greatly enhanced its power. After a month, its bloodline had been purified by 1/10. The dragon is now more than twice as strong as it was a month ago. This is the benefit brought by the bloodline bead. The white crane is just an ordinary demon beast, so how could it have cultivated to the level of a legendary 33-step cultivator? It's because the bloodline bead purified its bloodline. The dragon originally intended to work hard for its master in the future, earn some merit, and then ask its master for the bloodline bead. The dragon never expected Li Xiandao to be so generous. Each person could choose one item, and without hesitation, it took the bloodline bead. Only after the dragon swallowed a bright green bead did it feel at ease. Now it has the confidence to take revenge on its former enemies. Apart from the dragon, everyone else chose what they wanted, including the fake immortal artifact, which was also taken by the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest always kept a low profile, but he was truly one of the strongest under Li Xiandao. The key point is that his lifespan is also extremely terrifying. He broke through, increased his lifespan, burned his lifespan, entered the Time Palace, and continued to break through. This is a cycle. So he is very powerful, but he is too low-key. He is kind and gentle, and does not show off. He pretends that his cultivation level is very low. This time, he took the pseudo-immortal artifact, marking the first time he had chosen such a powerful magical treasure. Li Xiandao still looks forward to his future growth and development. Keeping a low profile in the 10 realms is fine. Li Xiandao can handle it all. But once he enters the 9 heavens, Li Xiandao needs the old Taoist priest to step forward. 9 days would be the real challenge. Li Xiandao watched them dividing up the treasures below, his mind racing, lost in thought. Grandpa Immortal, the dragon toothrice, says the dragon toothrice planted before has ripened. Tianya ran to Li Xiandao's side and said. Li Xiandao was taken aback, then nodded and said, I understand. The people underground had all chosen what they wanted. Li Xiandao instructed. The dragon tooth rice I planted earlier has matured. It's over at the time hall. Go there now, harvest the dragon tooth rice, and then cook it yourselves to see how it goes. Monk Tianxin said, this humble monk will go now. The others also flew to the Hall of Time and saw a vast expanse of farmland. The soil in the fields was dry, and rice had sprouted. Each grain of white rice was about the size of an adult's arm, much smaller than the red dragon tooth rice, but still beyond imagination. In a field of fertile land, a lot of rice grows, and a single grain grows on the rice stalk, which is very precious. Tian Guangming and the others began collecting the dragon tooth rice and storing it in their magic treasure. After the harvest of several hundred acres of rice paddies was completed and all the long-year rice grains fell off the trees, Li Xiandao continued to irrigate the fields, allowing the ancestors of long-year rice to sow the seeds. The harvested dragon tooth rice can be eaten directly. The crimson dragon tooth rice emerged from Tianya's body and said, this dragon tooth rice can be eaten directly because it is condensed from the essence of heaven and earth. Just wash it clean. It doesn't need to be cooked. Seeing this, Li Xiandao first took out a grain of rice, cleaned it with a wisp of spiritual energy, and then took a bite. It tastes great, sweet, fragrant, delicious, and melts in your mouth. Once it entered the stomach, a massive surge of spiritual energy immediately seeped into Li Xiandao's dantian, replenishing the energy within it. This one bite is equivalent to half a day of cultivation for Li Xiandao, or more than 10 days of cultivation for Monk Tianxin. Li Xiandao was very satisfied. This single grain of dragon tooth rice was as long as an adult's arm, enough for a dozen or 20 bites. Just eating this one grain would be enough for Li Xiandao to cultivate for a month or two. At this moment, Li Xiandao finally understood why people in that era could live to be 800 years old even without cultivating. With such a divine object existing, it would be difficult for you to die even if you wanted to. The others followed suit, picking up the dragon tooth rice and taking a bite. Immediately, everyone's expression changed. Feeling like you're floating on air. Is that exaggerated? Among the 8 demons, the devouring dog muttered, it didn't believe that dragon tooth rice could have such an effect. It's probably just to cooperate with its master. It's just a grain of rice. What kind of miraculous effect could it have? The pangolin muttered disdainfully. You too can have some, the magic frog said casually. It readily agreed, and since everyone said it was good, it would give it a try. I am a carnivore. You want me to eat vegetarian food, or this mutated rice? The devouring dog was disdainful and unwilling to try. The sky-supporting bull had already started eating and was in a state of blissful ecstasy. Seeing that the sky-devouring dog didn't believe it, it used its tail to hook a grain of dragon tooth rice and stuffed it into the sky-devouring dog's mouth. I told you I won't eat it. I'm a carnivorous divine dog, not a domesticated dog. The devouring dog struggled, unwilling to eat. Snap. The dragon's enormous claw slammed down, causing the devouring dog to stagger and swallow the dragon tooth rice whole. You. The devouring dog glared at the dragon, about to unleash its fury. But the next second, it froze, feeling the surging energy within its body. Its expression changed drastically, and it grinned, saying, suddenly I remembered, I seem to have become a domesticated dog now. Domestic dogs should eat vegetarian food. I'll eat whatever my master gives me. The devouring dog turned around and leaped, about to snatch the dragon tooth rice from the sky-supporting bull. Get out of the way, you've already eaten one grain, there's no more for you. The dragon slapped the devouring dog away again, then moved closer to eat the dragon tooth rice. I ate too fast and didn't taste anything, the devouring dog said aggrievedly. That's your problem. The pangolin trotted over, mocking the sky-swallowing dog. Seeing this, Li Xiandao smiled calmly. He looked at the hundreds of acres of rice fields, where tens of thousands of grains of dragon tooth rice had been harvested in one go. After thinking for a moment he said, from now on, each person will be supplied with 3 grains of dragon tooth rice per day, which can be collected from Shao Qi. Long live the master. The devouring dog leaped up and shouted at the top of its lungs, extremely excited. Now it could finally taste the dragon tooth rice, right? Xiandao gave half of the dragon tooth rice to Xiao, took the other half for himself, and then returned to his room. Dragon tooth rice can also help him, as it can improve Xiandao's cultivation level. Eating more dragon tooth rice will further accelerate Xiandao's progress. Anyway, there are tens of thousands of grains of dragon tooth rice every month now, and as the ancestral level blood-red dragon tooth rice slowly recovers, there will only be more and more in the future. Xiandao was not worried about the losses at all. The matters in the 10 lands are almost settled. Now it's time to consider the 9 heavens, Xiandao thought to himself. The heaven and earth money house should go to the 9th heaven, instead of staying in the 10th earth where there is no room for advancement. Chapter 273 How to Get to 9 Days? Part 7. We definitely want to go to Zhoutian, but how to get there is a question worth discussing. Xiandao could certainly ascend to the heavens on his own. But if that's the case, wouldn't the heaven and earth money shop be located in the 10th place? Xiao stayed in the 10th land. This is something Xiandao would absolutely never accept. Just like before, when Xiandao traveled from the desolate land to the eternal land, he relied on Tianya to enter the eternal land. Previously, entering the desolate ancient land from the greatly earth still required a world-class teleportation array. Back in his room, Xiandao called Xiao over to discuss the matter with her. After listening to Xiandao's words, Xiao said regretfully, "If only you could unseal the 5th mountain peak in the 10 lands." Xiandao's expression shifted, and he said, "The 5th mountain peak has the ability to allow the heavenly bank to cross realms?" Xiao nodded and said, "Before, the heaven and earth bank could roam freely throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and even the entire immortal realm, going wherever it wanted. But after the heaven and earth bank's mountain peak was sealed off, it lost that ability." Xiandao was also quite disappointed, as he was only missing this one mountain peak. "After I go to the 9 heavens, I must unseal this mountain peak," Xiandao said firmly. "Now that the lockdown is lifted, you'll be much freer, able to travel everywhere with the heaven and earth bank," Xiao nodded. "But how do we get to the 9 heavens now?" Xiandao asked with his eyes closed. He actually had a few plans in mind, but he didn't know which one to use. Xiao said, "It's nothing more than the same thing we did when we entered the desolate ancient land. Find a local to guide us, build a world-class teleportation array, and let the heaven and earth money house cross over." Xiandao frowned and said, "But crossing from the greatly land to the desolate ancient land and entering the 9 heavens from the 10 lands are completely different concepts." In the 10 realms, Xiandao could still offer some help to his subordinates, but once he went to the 9 heavens, he couldn't offer any help at all. "How about we have the Burning Legion build you a world-class teleportation array?" Xiao suggested. The Burning Legion was taken to the hellish realm of the 9 heavens by the ancient Book of War, where they have been undergoing arduous training ever since. Xiandao thought for a moment and then contacted the ancient war books in the 9 heavens. "Master, you were looking for me?" came the voice from the ancient Book of War, along with a video. In a vast expanse of lava, 10,000 fire kings are engaged in a fierce battle, driving their enemies into retreat. Xiandao saw this and was quite satisfied. "By the way, I've been thinking of bringing the heaven and earth bank to the 9 heavens recently. What do you think of Hell Heaven?" Xiandao asked. "I do not recommend that the master come to Hell Heaven," the ancient Book of War said solemnly. "Why?" Xiandao asked, puzzled. "Because Hell Heaven is just a larger version of the Great Earth, it doesn't have many resources at all, and the environment here is extremely harsh. There aren't many humans, and it's full of lava and fire creatures, which is suitable for a burning army, but not suitable for the master to descend," the ancient Book of War explained. Xiandao fell silent. The most crucial point is that Hell Heaven is not connected to the other 8 heavens. If master enters Hell Heaven, he will still need to go to other places to build world-class teleportation arrays. So it would be much better to go directly to Frost Moon Heaven, which is more suitable for master, the ancient Book of War said. The hell heaven holds the same position in the 9 heavens as the great Li earth in the 10 earths. They're all useless. Think about what the maximum combat strength of the great Lidi is. The realm of a sage. The hell heaven is similar, with a very low upper limit, making it completely unsuitable for Li Xiandao to take the heaven and earth money house there. Li Xiandao nodded and said, "All right, I understand. You continue training my burning army." The ancient book of war nodded and said, "Then goodbye, master. I will send someone to hell heaven immediately to bring you 10,000 divine weapons. Equip them for the burning legion," Li Xiandao reminded him. "Okay, I understand." The war book nodded. Li Xiandao ended the call, waved his hand, and the screen disappeared. Xiao Qi, watching from the side, said, "Then we can't go to hell heaven. We must go to Hanuishan." Li Xiandao nodded and said, "Let's use the old method. Keep an eye on people and have Pocket Watch find someone from the cold moon heaven in the 9 heavens to make a deal in the battlefield of heaven and earth, understand?" Xiao Qi nodded and said, "I'll go arrange it right away." Li Xiandao watched Xiao Qi's departing figure and secretly vowed to unseal the 5th mountain peak as soon as possible. Otherwise, this would be too uncomfortable. I feel completely restricted. The moon angel Ursula, come see me. Old Taoist priest, come see me. Li Xiandao notified 2 people at once and began to arrange the next step of the plan. The moon angel Ursula and the old Taoist priest arrived together. "Master, what brings you here?" the old Taoist priest asked curiously. "I want you to ascend to the 9 heavens, and then bring me 10,000 divine weapons to the burning legion," Li Xiandao instructed. The first stop on the journey to the 9 heavens is hell heaven. Even if Li Xiandao ascends to heaven, he will enter the hell heaven, where he will quietly cultivate and eventually enter other worlds. Therefore, ancient war books say that there are not many humans in hell heaven. Those who ascend to hell heaven either cultivate rapidly, break through quickly, and enter cold moon heaven, or hide away, cultivate in seclusion, and wait for ascension. Of course, most of them were slaughtered by the ferocious spirits and magma creatures native to hell. Therefore, even if Li Xiandao ascends to heaven, he will not be able to enter Honua heaven. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist priest remained silent for a moment before saying, "As the master commands, this old Taoist is naturally willing. I believe in your strength. You will soon be able to ascend from hell heaven to cold moon heaven. We will meet in cold moon heaven," Li Xiandao said. The old Taoist priest nodded. He had been hiding his true strength, but in reality, he was incredibly powerful, having reached the limits of the world. He was still suppressing his abilities, and his cultivation techniques were so miraculous that he could even repair severed limbs. Therefore, he was the most suitable person to go to hell heaven. Go to Xiao Qi and get 10,000 divine weapons, then ascend to heaven and bring weapons to the Burning Legion. Under the protection of the Burning Legion, you will definitely be safe. Li Xiandao instructed the old Taoist to make the preparations. The old Taoist priest immediately bowed and left, leaving Yu Tianxia alone to face Li Xiandao. "What is the task my master gave me?" the moon angel Ursula asked calmly. Looking at Ursula's mature and alluring face and stunning figure, Li Xiandao asked, "You're from Hanuishan, aren't you?" "I am from the Qin family of the Moon Palace. I am the daughter of the new moon." The moon angel was momentarily dazed when answering this question. Her original name was Qin Yu. She is the daughter of the new moon. She should have had a bright future. However, she was chosen to be a martyr. Martyrs who sacrificed themselves for the Qin family. The mere thought of that name, and of the Qin family, made Moon Angel feel nauseous. The daughter of Qin Yu and Xinu is dead. From now on, there is only the Moon Angel Ursula, Master. The Moon Angel knelt on one knee and said respectfully, completely submitting to Li Xiandao, "I know you are loyal, which is why I sought you out. I need you to enter the cold moon heaven and cooperate with our chosen host to build a world-class teleportation array so that our heaven and earth bank can go there, enter the cold moon heaven, and grow stronger." Li Xiandao revealed his plan. Chapter 274, A New Guest. Part 8. The moon angel Ursula is different from Li Xiandao and the old Taoist priest. She herself came from Hanuishan. She could easily return to Hanyu heaven via the teleportation array in the battlefield of heaven and earth, without needing to ascend, thus saving herself a step. Li Xiandao originally intended to entrust the task of constructing the world teleportation array to the moon angel. But upon closer reflection, when Yu Tian was in Hanyu Tian, she was just a child imprisoned in the Qin family. She possesses extraordinary talent. She is the daughter of the new moon, and with proper nurturing, she is destined for greatness. But she's so beautiful. The new moon brought both success and failure. After word spread that she was the daughter of the new moon, the demons in the moon palace set their sights on her. Then, she became a martyr. The Qin family no longer allowed her to cultivate, forcing Yu Tianxia to escape from the Qin family after her mother's death and hide in the battlefield of heaven and earth, where she cultivated diligently on her own and gradually grew stronger. Therefore, the moon angel is not familiar with the cold moon heaven. Aside from being able to enter the cold moon heaven, she knew nothing else. Therefore, we cannot let her build a world-class teleportation array by herself. It would take the cooperation of someone familiar with Hanuishan and various industries to build a teleportation array. The moon angel understood and said, "I will obey my master's orders and will do my best." "Well, Shao Qi has gone to find a suitable person now. Go back and prepare. Here are 5,000 grains of dragon tooth rice. Take them with you. They will be very useful for both cultivation and healing." Li Xiandao gave some of his half of the dragon tooth rice to the moon angel. The moon angel accepted everything without hesitation, saying, "With this, I can break through quickly after entering the cold moon heaven." Li Xiandao nodded and waved his hand, saying, "Go and get some rest. Once Shao Qi finds a suitable person, you can all travel together." The moon angel immediately left, not lingering any longer. Li Xiandao's work is not yet finished. A very important item needed to set up a world-class teleportation array is still in the desolate ancient land. With a world-class teleportation array in place, ordinary people wouldn't need a boundary-breaking blade. Instead, they would create a replica of the boundary-breaking blade, one that could break through space. But Li Xiandao has the genuine article here, so why make a replica? He immediately contacted Ramo, who was still in the desolate land. Upon receiving Li Xiandao's message, the chieftain of the Gaoshan tribe, Lamo, who wielded the boundary-breaking blade, was greatly surprised and respectfully said, "Master, is everything all right in the desolate ancient land?" Li Xiandao asked. "Everything is fine. Her Majesty the Empress has governed well and has smoothed things over with all the civil and military officials. Now the entire court is very powerful, and the Empress's majesty is untouchable," Lamo replied. Li Xiandao, recalling Long Mishu who aspired to become empress, nodded trustingly and asked, "How is your cultivation?" "My cultivation level is high enough to break through and ascend to the eternal land," Ramo said. "All right, I'll wait for you to ascend. Take the boundary-breaking blade with you. I need this immortal artifact." Li Xiandao instructed. "Yes, master." Ramo nodded and immediately agreed. Li Xiandao hung up the call with satisfaction. "We must unseal the fifth mountain peak," Li Xiandao said through gritted teeth after the call ended. This was too much of a hassle. If he wanted to bring the heaven and earth bank to the 9 heavens, Li Xiandao had to prepare a lot of things. Shao Qi came over at this moment and said, "We found a new guest, a very suitable candidate. Shall we meet him?" Li Xiandao nodded and said, "Receive him." Li Xiandao didn't bother changing his clothes and went straight to meet the other party. In the battlefield between heaven and earth, a young man stayed safely in the ancient city. He dared not go out, for if he did, he would be hunted down. He's just a person with a strong physique, so why does everyone want to dig out his physical condition? The young man wandered around the ancient city, finally returning to his lodgings. Seeing that he was still being watched, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, so what if I'm a little more talented? Your young master is so envious. He chased me from Hanyu heaven to the battlefield of heaven and earth, and even sent people to ambush me. This is absolutely outrageous. It's all my fault. I'm exceptionally talented, stunning the world. God gave me such terrifying talent and physique, it's practically making me a target of hatred. The young man sighed smugly, entered the room, and began to cultivate diligently. Bang, bang, bang. A knock came at the door. Who is it? The young man shouted in dissatisfaction. Sir, we'd like to inform you that your room fee expires tomorrow. If you wish to continue your stay, you'll need to pay a fee from the divine source, the waiter announced. The young man's face fell and he shouted, I know. Damn it, it must be that damned young master Qingfeng's doing. He knows I don't have enough divine energy, so he's trying to force me out. The young man cursed under his breath, starting to panic. His cultivation level is currently below the human immortal realm, and many legendary 33-step cultivators are waiting for him outside. Once he goes out, even with his talent and physique, he won't be able to defeat them. What should I do? I've only just awakened the God King body and the God King burial ground talent. Give me time, and I'm sure I can become a great master like the God King, the young man said bitterly. But time is running out. Who can save me? The young man began to panic. Buzz. At that moment, a blood-red pocket watch appeared in front of him. Heaven and Earth Bank can fulfill all your requests. The pocket watch conveys a message to the young man. Heaven and Earth Bank, what kind of place is that? The young man looked at it with a puzzled expression, slowly reaching for his pocket watch. Crush me. The pocket watch transmitted another message. Click. The young man hesitated for a moment, then crushed the pocket watch. His vision went black, the world changed drastically, and his entire body seemed to fall into boundless darkness, endlessly plummeting downwards. Thump. He didn't know how much time had passed, but it also seemed like a very short time. He steadied himself, looked left and right, and observed everything around him. Welcome, guest, Xiandao said, sitting in the trading hall and looking at the young man outside. Who is it? The young man looked at Xiandao in surprise. He was wearing a mask, and then looked at Xiao Qi beside him. She was so beautiful that it was hard to look away. Who are you? The young man asked as he entered the trading hall. This is the Heaven and Earth Bank, which can fulfill all your wishes, Xiandao said calmly. All your wishes? The young man asked Xiandao with suspicion. Yes, all wishes, Mr. Qiolin, Xiandao said, uttering the young man's name. Qiolin was now convinced he wasn't dreaming. He calmed himself and asked, How much more information do you know about me? Once you enter our Heaven and Earth Bank, we already know all the information you need, such as the Divine King body and the Divine King's talent for burying the Pure Land, Xiandao said calmly. Can you really help me fulfill my wish? Qiolin asked. Everything comes at a price. The greater your desire, the greater the price you must pay, Xiandao explained. If you pay the price, your wish will definitely come true. If it doesn't, it will be considered a breach of contract on our part, and we will pay a heavy price, Xiandao added. Chapter 275 Signing the Contract. Part 1. Qiolin looked at Xiandao, thought carefully for a moment, and said, I want you to help me get out of this predicament. Xiandao asked, What difficulties are you facing now? Qiolin said, When I was in Hanuishan, I awakened the God King body and the God King burial Pure Land talent. However, because the awakening was too loud, it was discovered by the young master of the Emperor family, Qingfeng. He sent people from the Emperor family to hunt me down, forcing me to escape into the battlefield of Heaven and Earth. Then, they chased me into the battlefield of Heaven and Earth, forcing me into the ancient city, where I couldn't leave. My divine source was also exhausted. Without divine source, the inn wanted to kick me out. In the ancient city, it's not allowed to wander the streets at night. You'll be kicked out. Once I'm kicked out, my fate will be to have my God King body removed and my God King burial ground talent taken away, Qiolin explained his situation. He was powerless to do anything now. Even if he were given a year, Qiu Lin was confident that he could kill all of these people with the strength of his God-King body. Unfortunately, this is his weakest moment. He hasn't even broken through to the human immortal realm yet, so how can he fight against a legendary realm expert? After listening, Xiandao said easily, "Your crisis is nothing to me. I can help you solve it, but what can you give me?" Qiu Lin's face fell as he said, "I have nothing left now. I have no divine source, no treasures, and I'm all alone here." "You're the one I want." Xiandao nodded. Qiu Lin looked at Xiandao with a strange expression. "I need your help with something, as payment for this," Xiandao said calmly and steadily. "What's going on?" Qiu Lin remained vigilant. He would never do something that involved selling his body. After all, he is a great figure who has the potential to reach the pinnacle in the future, the Nine Heavens God King. How could he let such a small benefit cause him to leave behind a dark history? "Help me go to the cold moon heaven in the Nine Heavens and build a world-class teleportation array," Xiandao said softly. "A world-class teleportation array?" Qiu Lin looked at Xian in surprise. "Yes." Xiandao nodded. "The materials required for a world-class teleportation array are enormous. Moreover, building a teleportation array to the ninth heaven is extremely complex, not as simple as building it in a more relaxed world like the 10th land," Qiu Lin said seriously. The teleportation array built by Xiandao from the desolate land to the eternal land was very fast and simple because the world barrier of the 10 lands was very weak. But the 9 heavens are different. The world barrier in the heavens is very thick and cannot be crossed by the teleportation array in the desolate ancient land. Otherwise, Xiandao could have simply sent Lamo with everything from that world-class teleportation array here, and then had the Moon Angel bring the teleportation array into the cold moon heaven, which would have been much more complicated. "I know, so I've prepared a world-class teleportation array diagram for you. And I'll also send one of my subordinates to accompany you into the cold moon heaven. She has divine energy and can purchase materials. What I need is your familiarity with the cold moon heaven," Xiandao said truthfully. Lamo brought the diagram of the world-class teleportation array and the boundary-breaking blade to the Eternal Land, where Xiandao could then hand these two items over to the Moon Angel. Upon hearing this, Qiu Lin immediately relaxed and said, "Since you say so, then I have no problem. I've been an orphan since I was a child, and I've traveled all over Hanuishan. I know exactly where the treasures are sold." This is Qiu Lin's advantage, and also the reason why Xiandao values him. "Since you have no problem, let's sign the contract." Xiandao had Xiao Qi prepare the contract and handed it to Qiu Lin. Qiu Lin carefully examined the contract, reading it over several times to ensure there was nothing detrimental to him. Qiu Lin finally confirmed that there were no problems before signing the contract. The moment Xiandao signed the contract, he felt instantly relieved, and at the same time, Lamo ascended to the heavens. Xiandao said to Qiu Lin, "Someone will be coming to go to Hanuishan with you soon." "I hope she's a great beauty," Qiu Lin said with a relaxed smile. Xiandao remained non-committal and waited silently. Privately, Xiandao informed the Moon Angel to welcome Lamo. Soon after, Ramo and the Moon Angel arrived together. "Master!" The Moon Angel's mature female voice rang out, causing Qiu Lin to turn his head and freeze in shock. "She's so beautiful." Qiu Lin rubbed his eyes. This was an absolutely stunning mature woman. The Moon Angel didn't even glance at him, standing respectfully before Xiandao. Xiandao, however, looked at Lamo. It had been a long time since I'd seen Lamo. His cultivation had increased dramatically, reaching the 18th level of the Hengsha realm. This was all achieved through cultivation techniques from the Blade of the Boundary. However, Xiandao no longer takes the Hengsha realm seriously. "Did you bring the things?" Xiandao asked. Lamo respectfully handed the boundary-breaking blade and the diagram of the world-class teleportation array that he had long ago put away to Xiandao. After Xiandao left the desolate ancient land, the world-class teleportation array was dismantled and stored away by Lamo, who carefully protected it. Xiandao pointed at the Moon Angel and said, Give it to her, and by the way, sever your relationship with the blade of the boundary. After this matter is over, the blade of the boundary will be returned to you. Without hesitation, Lamo severed his connection with the blade of destruction and handed it to the Moon Angel. The Moon Angel reached out and grabbed it, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye, stored in her spatial storage. Xiandao looked at Moon Angel and Qiulin and said seriously, I hope you two cooperate well, especially you, Qiulin. Remember the terms of our contract. If you violate the contract, Moon Angel will kill you. Qiulin patted his chest and said, Sir, you can rest assured. I am a man of my word, and I always keep my promises. Xiandao remained non-committal, then asked the Moon Angel, Is there anything else you need? Moon Angel shook her head and said, Little Seven has given me everything I need. I will definitely complete the task assigned by my master. Xiandao nodded in satisfaction and said, Then let's go to the battlefield of heaven and earth now, help Qiulin resolve the trouble, and then enter the cold moon heaven. Goodbye, master, the Moon Angel said respectfully. Qiulin waved his hand and said, Goodbye, sir. I hope you can give me good news soon, Xiandao said, standing up expectantly. Moon Angel turned and left with Qiulin, leaving only Xiandao, Xiaoqi, and Lamo in the main hall. Go down and cultivate diligently. You are also allowed to freely enter and exit the library of all nations 5 times as a reward. Xiandao rewarded Lamo. Thank you, master. Lamo said gratefully and withdrew. Xiaoqi looked at Xiandao and smiled sweetly. Aren't you looking forward to unsealing the 5th mountain peak? Xiandao sighed, removed his mask and said, Until the 5th mountain peak is unsealed, I simply have no intention of crossing realms anymore. Crossing boundaries once is too troublesome. The 5th type of mountain must be unsealed so that the heavenly bank can freely roam the world. Chapter 276 This is too intense. Part 2. The Moon Angel Ursula and Qiu appeared together on the battlefield of heaven and earth. In the battlefield of heaven and earth, there are a total of 19 invincible ancient cities. In these 19 ancient cities, fighting is strictly prohibited. Anyone caught fighting will be executed immediately. These 19 ancient cities correspond to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. 1 world, 1 ancient city. Apart from these 19 ancient cities, other places are also worth considering. So Qiulin is hiding here, unable to get out, and he doesn't dare to go back to Hanuishan, because there must be someone waiting for him at the teleportation array on the other side. Qiulin had also exhausted his divine energy, which put him in a dilemma. Inside the inn, the Moon Angel sensed her surroundings and said, Someone is watching you. Yes, it's that young Master Qingfeng's men. If we weren't keeping quiet here, I would definitely have given him a good beating, Qiulin said angrily. This person who was tailing Qiulin was incredibly blatant. Since he couldn't make a move here, he simply appeared right in front of Qiulin, openly telling him, I'm watching you. It's infuriating. Do you want revenge? The Moon Angel asked. Of course I want to, Qiulin said excitedly. Then go out of the city now and lure them all out, the Moon Angel said calmly. I'm going to die, Qiulin exclaimed in surprise. Going out there would be suicide. The Moon Angel looked at him and said calmly, With me here you won't die. Qiulin was conflicted and asked, Just how good are you? The Moon Angel thought for a moment and said, Very impressive. Qiulin frowned. How powerful. He had a very bad feeling about it, as if he had been tricked. All right, I'll lure them out. I'll trust you this once. Qiulin finally relented and chose to believe the Moon Angel. After all, the contract had been signed, and he no longer had any divine source left, so he could only trust the Moon Angel. Moon Angel said calmly, Go now, resolve this quickly, and get to cold moon heaven sooner. Qiulin looked out the window. The moon hung high in the sky, very beautiful, its clear light shining down like a layer of silver gauze. Can this be resolved sooner? Qiulin couldn't help but wonder. Under the moonlight, outside the ancient city, Qiulin left the city alone. Behind him followed a large tagalong. No attempt to hide it. Unbridled. He followed Xiao Lin casually from a distance of 3 to 5 meters, completely disregarding him. Xiao Lin was furious. The moment Xiao Lin stepped out of the city gate, the person behind him grinned. Isn't this our great genius? He's been hiding in the ancient city for so many days without daring to come out. How come he dares to come out now? Xiao Lin clenched his fists and said coldly, "If you're following me, can't you at least act like one? Getting this close, are you looking for trouble? I'll just keep following you, what can you do about it?" The person following Xiao Lin mocked him without any restraint. Xiao Lin took a deep breath, remained silent, and continued walking outside. What a load of rubbish about a genius god-king physique. He's nothing but a coward. I've provoked him so much, and he still doesn't dare to make a move. He's utterly disappointing. The person who was following him stood under the city gate and muttered disdainfully. If Xiao Lin had made a move just now, he would have violated the regulations of the ancient city, because he was still within the protected area of the ancient city. The next second, he stepped out of the protection zone with a smug look on his face, convinced that Xiao Lin, that coward, wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him. Boom. Who knew that Xiao Lin would suddenly launch an attack at this moment, his body moving like lightning, instantly covering a distance of 3 to 5 meters. The God King buries the pure land. Xiao Lin roared, and a hazy light appeared around him, forming a strange phenomenon that enveloped him. An ancient battlefield, littered with broken walls and corpses, with white cherry blossoms falling continuously. Beneath the cherry trees stands a solitary peak, exuding a desolate, ancient, and magnificent aura, etched with the weight of time and suppressing all. Thump. Those who were following were frozen in place, unable to move, and were subdued by the God King buries the pure land. Snap. The next second, Xiao Lin's fist came down hard, smashing his head open. Like a watermelon, its top has been split open. Extremely bloody. At that moment, only 1 second had passed since he stepped out of the ancient city's protected area. Xiao Lin said coldly, "I'm not killing you because you're powerful, nor because I have a good temper, but because you didn't leave the city. Now that you've left the city, I'll kill you right away," Xiao Lin said coldly, wiping the blood off his hands. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out, and more than a dozen figures emerged from all directions, surrounding Xiao Lin in the middle. The Divine King physique is truly incredible. You haven't even broken through to the human immortal realm yet, but you can kill a mid-stage human immortal with a single punch. No wonder the young master values your talent. A middle-aged butler exclaimed in admiration. He was the one who had just applauded. He felt no heartache or concern at all that his people had been killed by Xiao Lin. In the cold moon heaven, even peak-level human immortals can be discarded at will, but as long as Xiao Lin leaves the ancient city, everything is fine. Xiao Lin stared coldly at the middle-aged butler and said sarcastically, "You really are a good dog. Your young master must have given you plenty of bones to eat every day, right?" The middle-aged butler's face turned cold, and he said, "Verbal prowess is useless. No matter how fierce you are just a master of empty words. In actual combat, you are a complete fool. I can kill you with ease." Xiao Lin looked around at the people surrounding him. They were all at the legendary realm, and this steward was even at the legendary 33 steps realm. He seemed to have nowhere to run. Arrest him, cripple his limbs, take him back to the young master, extract his divine king body, and extract his divine king berries pure land talent. The middle-aged steward waved his hand and said coldly. A dozen or so legendary figures with mocking expressions slowly walked over. They wanted to see Xiao Lin's furious expression, his pleading look, his panicked demeanor. Unfortunately, Xiao Lin just stood there coldly, completely indifferent. "I didn't realize you were so calm, completely oblivious to the possibility of death," the middle-aged butler said with a cold laugh, his tone sarcastic. "Actually, my legs were shaking too," Xiao Lin suddenly smiled and said truthfully. "Oh, then why don't you beg for mercy? If you beg for mercy, I won't break all 4 of your limbs, just 3 will do," the middle-aged butler said with a sinister smile. Because I believe in this beautiful woman, she will save me, Xiaolin said firmly. A beautiful woman? The middle-aged butler was taken aback, then looked around warily. But there was no one around. Stop looking, it's right above your head, Xiaolin shouted. Brush. The middle-aged butler looked up and saw the moon, and also a fairy. She was like a woman who had stepped out of the moon palace. She had a perfect figure, long, straight legs, wore close-fitting armor, a veil, and her black hair moved in the wind. Squeak. A curved blade, like a silver moon, slowly opened above the moon angel's head. The silver crescent blade is called moon wheel. The moon angel grasped the sides of the moon disk with both hands, and its body flew down. Clang. A sliver of moonlight, like a blade, cleaved through the darkness, taking with it more than a dozen heads. Xiaolin was stunned. He looked at the middle-aged butler and saw that the butler's face was filled with terror, and there was a bloodstain on his neck that slowly widened until his entire neck fell off. This is too amazing. Xiaolin murmured, looking at the moon angel who held the moon wheel in both hands and looked as perfect as the moon goddess in the night. Chapter 277 One More Time. Part 3. Xiaolin looked at the moon angel as if he were looking at a female Tyrannosaurus rex. He had initially had some ideas, but now, looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, he had no ideas at all. The moon angel put away the moon disk, walked gracefully with a cat-like gait, and said, "Isn't it simple?" Xiaolin nodded numbly. It seemed very simple. But he can't do it. Just how good are you? Xiaolin asked. The moon angel thought for a moment and said, I don't know, but I'm definitely better than you. Xiaolin rolled his eyes and said, You are definitely stronger than me now, but that doesn't mean you will be stronger than me in the future. I am a person with the God-King body. The moon angel remained non-committal, saying, Now that we've killed these people, we can go to Cold Moon Heaven and complete our master's mission. Xiaolin took a deep breath and said, There are also people guarding me at the world-class teleportation array over in Hanyuishan. Moon Angel said nonchalantly, Then I'll go all out one more time. Xiaolin gave a thumbs up and exclaimed admiringly, Awesome. He wouldn't say a single word less, as it would be impolite to the girl. The Moon Angel walked into the city and arrived at the teleportation array's range. Xiaolin also stepped onto the teleportation array. Boom. Together, they stepped into the cold moon sky. Outside the world-class teleportation array of Hanyuishan, a group of people were guarding it, led by a young man with a cold expression. This person is none other than the young master of Qingfeng, a noble family of emperors in Hanyuishan. His strength surpasses the 33rd step of the legendary realm, which is quite remarkable for someone who is only 20 years old. But he was not satisfied. The competition among imperial families is fierce. He was only at this level of cultivation at the age of 20, and he would have been eliminated long ago. Without accumulating knowledge and experience before making a breakthrough, he would have faded into obscurity. That's why he so desperately desires the God-King body and the talent of God-King Berry's Pure Land. Because this is something that can help him improve his fate. I must obtain the Divine King body and Divine King Burial Pure Land, otherwise I will never be able to compare with those freaks in the family. Children of imperial families are not allowed to be mediocre. Young Master Qingfeng thought firmly. He stayed here until his men brought Xiaolin back. Because he cannot go to the battlefield. Competition among imperial families is fierce, and age is also a factor in the competition. Entering the battlefield of heaven and earth will deduct 20 years of one's lifespan. Young Master Qingfeng is only 20 years old, and the next 20 years of his lifespan are the most precious time, which cannot be deducted. Ordinary people might not care, since breaking through the barrier would immediately replenish their lifespan by 20 years. But for children from imperial families, losing 20 years is tantamount to automatic elimination. The prestige, resources, fame, cultivation techniques, magical treasures, and so on of imperial families. It's all out of your reach. Just because he entered the battlefield of heaven and earth, he gave up the most wonderful 20 years of his life. Therefore, young Master Qingfeng will never enter the battlefield of heaven and earth. He waited here. Qiu Lin, you can't escape, young Master Qingfeng said coldly. Boom. The next second, the teleportation array lit up, and someone walked out. Qiu Lin. What a coincidence. Young Master Qingfeng stared wide-eyed in surprise. He had been waiting day and night, and finally, the person he had been longing for arrived. The next second, he wasn't going to embrace the person in front of him, but rather to bind the person in front of him, to dig out the God King body and the talent of God King Berry's pure land. Since they are the people in your eyes, you should integrate them into your very being. You've finally decided to come out, young Master Qingfeng remarked, waving his hand to summon his 20-odd men to surround Qiu Lin. Qiu Lin stepped out of the teleportation array, showing no fear in the face of such a display. In the past, he might have trembled with fear, because he had only advanced to the peak of the extraordinary realm. But now he walked out with his head held high and chest out, looked at young Master Qingfeng, and said loudly, I have a backer now. If you want my divine king body, talk to my big sister. After giving up the idea of pursuing Moon Angel, Qiu Lin immediately acknowledged Moon Angel as her boss. It doesn't matter whether the Moon Angel agrees or not, as long as he agrees. The young master of Qingfeng sneered, Where is your big sister? Qiu Lin pointed, and another person walked out of the teleportation array behind him. A woman with a cat-like gait, wearing a veil, and exuding a powerful aura. The armor on his body clanged as he walked, but his aura still made the young master of Qingfeng's expression turn serious. Moon angels are beautiful and can arouse a man's possessiveness. However, compared to the God King body, the Moon Angel is insignificant. Young Master Qingfeng coldly said, Madam, I am young Master Qingfeng, a family of emperors. I am determined to kill this person. Please do not interfere. Because he was wary of the Moon Angel's aura, young Master Qingfeng first tried to be polite before resorting to force, giving the Moon Angel some face. He has my protection, you can't kill him, Moon Angel said coldly. So, you're determined to interfere? Young Master Qingfeng asked with an unfriendly expression. Why bother with words? The name of an imperial family won't scare me. If you want his God King body, defeat me first. The Moon Angel said coldly, showing no sign of backing down. Fine, since you're courting death, don't blame me. Today I'll do something ruthless. Young Master Qingfeng coldly waved his hand, and all his men rushed forward. Boom. More than 20 legendary realms erupted in an instant, leaving no room for retreat, their sole purpose being to kill the Moon Angel. This power is immense. In Qiu Lin's eyes, it was extremely huge. But in the eyes of the Moon Angel, they were nothing special. She had already reached the limit of her power in the 10 lands, and now she looked at these people as if they were children playing house. It seems you're truly out of favor in the imperial family. You've only been given these legendary-level subordinates. How pitiful. Moon Angel sighed, feeling sorry for young Master Qingfeng. Young Master Qingfeng's face turned angry. Moon Angel's words had really provoked him. In reality, only the truth can stimulate people. The young master of Qingfeng can no longer be described as being out of favor. He was almost forgotten by the imperial families. This is why he was so eager to obtain the God King body and the God King Berry's pure land talent. Kill her. Young Master Qingfeng roared, his sore spot struck, and ordered his men to kill Moon Angel. Rumble. Her subordinates rushed over quickly, unleashing a torrent of energy that instantly engulfed the Moon Angel. Under the moonlight, the moon goddess's hair seemed to be enveloped in the essence of moonlight, with countless rays of light engulfing her, carrying an extreme killing intent. Once this energy erupts and strikes the Moon Angel, the resulting surge of energy can injure the Moon Angel. Clang. But the Moon Angel was not worried. Instead, her body moved like dew and lightning, and before these energies arrived, she suddenly flew into the sky, where a cold light burst forth under the bright moon. Hidden Moon Blade Technique. The Moon Angel's body vanished suddenly, its slender fingers gleaming with a cold light, Each slash took a life. In less than a second, the Moon Angel arrived in front of young Master Qingfeng, no more than 100 meters away. She walked with elegant steps, and a few drops of blood were on her fair and white hand. Behind her delicate body, corpses fell one after another. All of Qingfeng's young master's men were dead. Try it again, and you'll get the same result. Chapter 278 Killing Young Master Qingfeng. Part 1. Young Master Qingfeng stared wide-eyed at the Moon Angel as if he had seen a ghost. Such a beautiful person, yet so cruel, completely shattered his understanding of the world. Who exactly are you? Young Master Qingfeng's facial muscles trembled as he asked in terror. 1 second. He killed more than 20 of his men in a second. That's terrifying. Young Master Qingfeng had broken through the 33rd step of the legendary realm, but he didn't think he could do it. Therefore, he cannot defeat the Moon Angel. I already told you, this is my boss. Did you get her permission to take away my divine king body? Qiu Lin walked over smugly and said, Aren't you an orphan? Young Master Qingfeng shouted. He had thoroughly investigated Qiu Lin's background before making his move with such certainty. But now, Qiu Lin has such a powerful older sister. How is that possible? Just because I'm an orphan doesn't mean I can't find an organization? Qiu Lin sneered. You only did this because you think I'm an orphan and easy to bully. Now you have nowhere to run. Qiu Lin sneered. What, you still want to kill me? Young Master Qingfeng's face showed surprise. How novel. You're about to steal my God King body, and I can't even kill you. Qiu Lin sneered repeatedly. I am from an imperial family, and you are from Honyue Tian. You should know the power of those 4 words, young Master Qingfeng emphasized. The imperial families are indeed powerful, but haven't you been forgotten? Moon Angel said indifferently. Even if I've been abandoned, I'm still a child of an imperial family, with the blood of an emperor flowing through my veins. Killing me is an insult to the imperial family, and they will definitely hunt you down. The young master of Qingfeng shouted, his voice sharp but his tone weak. He didn't want to die. No one wants to die, and young Master Qingfeng felt he could still be saved. He invoked the name of an imperial family. It really scared Qiu Lin. Having grown up in the cold moon heaven, Qiu Lin naturally knew the prestige of the emperor's family, a powerful force comparable to top sects. Throughout the entire 9 heavens, the imperial families are renowned and prestigious. No one would easily offend an imperial family. Qiu Lin couldn't help but look at the Moon Angel. What to do? The Moon Angel's expression remained calm as she asked in a composed gaze. Is an imperial family very powerful? Her ancestral home, the Qin family of the Moon Palace, was also an imperial family. She looked down on the Moon Angels and left the Qin family, even changing her name to Ursula. Would the Moon Angel care about the threat posed by a mere abandoned son of an imperial family? My Qing family has a history of 80,000 years and has produced 2 emperors. You don't want to provoke the power behind you so easily, do you? Young Master Qingfeng said hurriedly. He was starting to panic, as if the reputation of an emperor family could not intimidate this fierce woman, Moon Angel. The power behind me. Moon Angel suddenly smiled charmingly. Even though she was veiled, it still made young Master Qingfeng's eyes light up. It was as if he saw the bright moon that had been covered by dark clouds revealing itself, illuminating the night sky and stunning everyone. But the next second, the Moon Angel's words made young Master Qingfeng's heart sink. If my master were here, he would definitely say, the imperial family is nothing to worry about, and then kill you without hesitation, the Moon Angel said with a smile, extremely proud. Her strength and confidence all came from Xiandao. Even though Xiandao is still trapped in the 10 Earths, the Moon Angel firmly believes that once his master arrives in the 9 heavens, he will sweep the entire field. Imperial families are nothing to worry about. Who exactly is your master? Young Master Qingfeng asked in terror, retreating continuously, ready to slip away at any moment. Moon Angel, this fierce woman, doesn't seem to be afraid of his threats at all. My master, Moon Angel thought carefully, and Li Xiandao's tall and straight figure appeared in her beautiful eyes. It was a figure that could not be crushed even if the sky collapsed. She couldn't help but smile slightly. My master is the best master in the world. You are about to die and are not worthy to know his name. The Moon Angel's words fell as she took a step forward. Boom. An extremely fierce aura, like a raging fire, swept over them, and the heat wave was so intense that it startled the young master of Qing Feng. He quickly retreated and used his movement technique to escape. Crazy woman. Shrew. Damned woman. Young Master Qing Feng fled frantically, cursing inwardly that even a powerful imperial family couldn't scare her. She was willing to kill him at the slightest provocation. She was simply insane. The Moon Angel stared coldly at her and said, "You can't escape." With toes barely touching the ground, he left no trace under the moonlight. The Moon Angel's body flickered in the air and disappeared, then reappeared behind young Master Qing Feng in the next second. He pointed his fingers as if they were swords, but he used knife techniques. Moon Angels continued to use the same setup as before. Hidden Moon Blade Technique. This attack appeared silently behind young Master Qing Feng. Young Master Qing Feng felt an immense sense of fear wash over him, engulfing him. His eyes widened in terror, and he knew he couldn't escape. Despite being a child from an imperial family, his cultivation level wasn't particularly high, but his judgment of the situation was still quite accurate. Cave Heaven Impact. Young Master Qing Feng stopped running away, for running away would only lead to certain death. He quickly turned around, his true energy surging, transforming into a huge cavern, and bombarded towards him. This is the natal cave heaven of young Master Qing Feng, which is extremely powerful. It has only just been formed, and once it is unleashed, its power will not be underestimated. The realm after the 33 steps of the legend is the 9 heavens. 9 grotto heavens can be condensed within or outside the body, unleashing terrifying power countless times greater than before. This is the realm of the grotto heaven. Rumble. Young Master Qingfeng's new cavern came crashing down, aiming to catch the Moon Angel off guard and launch a counterattack, or even kill her in an instant. But he seemed to have forgotten that the Moon Angel had also surpassed the legendary 33 steps. Even the Moon Angel reached the limit of its power in the 10 lands. A sliver of cold moonlight burst forth from between the Moon Angel's fingers, like a stunning ray of light piercing the sky. At this moment, this grotto heaven was no match for the Moon Angel's attack. Boom. At this moment, the powerful grotto was shattered by the Moon Angel, generating enormous energy that impacted the surroundings, instantly sending young Master Qing Feng flying. He coughed up blood, his whole body trembling, his tendons and bones broken. The Moon Angel, sensing the grotto heaven she had just encountered, said, "Is this the realm beyond the legendary level? It doesn't seem that powerful." "I can condense one too," Moon Angel muttered. With her current immense power, she could easily condense several grotto heavens in one leap. However, before condensing the grotto heaven, let's kill this noisy young master of Qing Feng first. With a casual flick of her wrist, the Moon Angel unleashed a massive surge of energy that instantly exploded outwards. "You mad woman, if you dare kill me, the imperial family will not let you get away with this." Young Master Qing Feng roared in despair. Boom. The energy surged onto the opponent, instantly killing young Master Qing Feng. "Why all the nonsense? Killing is killing," Moon Angel said dismissively. Chapter 279 Purchasing Materials. Part 2. The young Master of Qing Feng was killed, but the Moon Angel didn't care at all. What gave the Moon Angel the confidence to not kill a discarded son of an imperial family? As for the threat posed by imperial families, the Moon Angels wouldn't even give them a second glance, completely disregarding them. She has already thoroughly offended the Qin family of the Moon Palace, so why would she be afraid of an imperial family? Amazing, big sister is really amazing. Qiu Lin walked over, gave a thumbs up in admiration. In his eyes, young Master Qing Feng was very powerful, having reached the cave heaven realm, but he was still killed by Moon Angel in one blow. This means the moon angels are even more powerful. Your troubles are now completely resolved. Next, you must properly assist your master in building a world-class teleportation array, said the moon angel. Qiu Lin patted his chest and guaranteed, I will do my best. Now that the young master of Qingfeng has been killed, the imperial families will definitely react. After all, he is a direct descendant. Should we avoid him? The moon angel shook her head and asked, why should we avoid it? Although killing young master Qingfeng is very satisfying, we still need to be wary of the imperial families. After all, there are so many experts among them, Qiu Lin said. As long as we build the teleportation array and allow our master to cross realms, the imperial families are nothing to fear, the moon angel said firmly. She unconditionally believed in Xiandao. All right, since you say so, big sister, then let's go buy the materials. We now have the array diagram for a world-class teleportation array, but building a teleportation array in the 9 heavens is much more complicated than in the 10 lands. Let's go to the place that sells all kinds of materials and take a look. Qiu Lin immediately said, putting the emperor family out of his mind and only wanting to build the teleportation array as soon as possible. The moon angel nodded and said, take me there quickly. Qiu Lin surveyed the surrounding terrain, determined a direction, and said, 5,000 miles ahead, there is a large market for selling materials. People from within a radius of 100,000 miles come here to sell, buy, and dump their goods. If we go there now, it will be daylight, and new goods will just be put on the shelves. Okay, let's go. Moon Angel nodded and, together with Qiu Lin, hurried into the distance. 15 minutes after they left, a figure descended silently from the sky. Upon seeing the dead young master of Qingfeng on the ground, his expression turned grim. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. It was the right thing for the family to abandon you back then. They gave you some subordinates, and you could have lived a quiet life, had more children, and continued the legitimate bloodline. Now you're dead like this, wasting the pure bloodline. The man said disdainfully. Looking around, seeing that his subordinates had died in the same way as the young master of Qingfeng, he muttered, this was done by a woman. Her method was swift and sharp. She used a knife, and it seems she was a woman who used a long knife. She really deserves to die. The legitimate bloodline of my emperor clan is already scarce, and each legitimate bloodline is extremely precious. Even if he is a waste, he can still contribute to the continuation of the clan. To kill him like this is of no value whatsoever, the man said coldly. It seems Qiu Lin has found an accomplice. This woman killed the young master of Qingfeng. This matter must be accounted for. Kill Qiu Lin, steal the divine king body, and then kill this woman. That would be an explanation to the family. This man sighed. He was the secret bloodline guardian of the emperor family. As long as one has a legitimate bloodline, there will be a bloodline guardian who will protect them for 100 years. 100 years from now, let's see if any of his descendants have the legitimate bloodline. If so, then let's continue to protect it. If not, then there's no need to protect them, because they won't be able to produce any legitimate bloodlines in the future. This is also why the bloodlines of imperial families are so rare, which is why they cherish every legitimate bloodline even more. Now that the young master of Qingfeng has been killed, and he has not had a single child, it can be said that a legitimate bloodline has been wasted, which is unacceptable for an imperial family. Even if the young master of Qingfeng were good for nothing, the imperial family would still be willing to support him for life, not for any other reason than his superior bloodline. This is the nobility one is born with. So the bloodline guardian looked around and suddenly sent out a message. They are searching for Qiu Lin and a powerful woman skilled in using a long sword. He believed that with the immense power of the imperial families, news would surely arrive soon. As dawn broke, Moon Angel and Qiu Lin arrived at this large market that sold materials. The market was already bustling with activity, with a constant stream of people coming and going. This large market was built on a roadside with convenient transportation. People come and go, and all sorts of things are sold inside. Medicinal herbs, meteorites, elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and array equipment, etc. What Yu Tianxia and Qiu Lin were looking at were the array equipment. When Moon Angel entered this large market, she attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was staring at this aloof and elegant beauty. A beauty like Moon Angel naturally attracts everyone's attention. Moon Angel is used to it and ignores everyone indifferently, focusing on selecting the array equipment she wants. Because Qiu Lin remembered the requirements on the world-class teleportation array diagram, he could buy the basic items here. He ran around very diligently, and when he found something suitable, he immediately started bargaining. Once the price was about right, he would notify the Moon Angel to provide the divine source. The Moon Angel remained silent, handed over the divine source, and put the items away. Many basic items can be bought here. Moon Angel was very satisfied with Qiu Lin's speed and bought several items in no time. And this speed is still increasing. The Moon Goddess would follow along, supervising the quality. If it passed inspection, she would buy it. One of them bought it, and the other paid for it. Anyone could see that Moon Angel was the one who held the power of discourse. Moreover, the fact that she didn't hesitate when giving away the divine source to the Moon Angel also shows that she is a wealthy woman. Rich woman. Young. Beauty. She's a mature and sophisticated woman. When these are combined, anyone with an upset stomach would be itching to rush over and beg the Moon Angel to take care of them. It's also because the Moon Angel has a cold expression and an aura that keeps strangers away that many people, even if they want to, don't have the courage. But the commoners didn't dare, while some scions of noble families or disciples of sex, relying on their cultivation, started to approach and chat with them. "Hi ma'am, what do you want to buy? I'm familiar with this market." A slick-haired, well-bred young man from a prominent family approached with a smile. "No need, my boss is enough with me." Qiu Lin immediately stopped him and refused. "Brother, that's not right of you. Let's make friends." The young master from the aristocratic family said with displeasure. "Get up," Qiu Lin said bluntly. "I don't know what you're thinking," Qiu Lin said disdainfully. "We're all men, don't pretend to be so refined. My boss is someone you can't possibly reach, don't humiliate yourself." "You." The young master of the aristocratic family glared at Qiu Lin, feeling somewhat humiliated. Seeing that Qiu Lin had not yet broken through to the human immortal realm, he suddenly felt more confident. "Brother, if you want to be a protector of flowers, you'll have to see if you have the ability," the scion of the noble family said with a forced smile. "Get out of the way." Moon Angel frowned and shouted coldly as she watched the growing crowd around her. Boom. A single word struck the young master of the aristocratic family like a heavy punch, sending him flying hundreds of meters before he crashed to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. "You were just hitting on me, so I won't hurt you too badly. Go home and rest for 10 days or so," Moon Angel said coldly. All around was silent. Those who wanted to live off their wives suddenly found that their stomachs were healed. Chapter 280 World Coordinates. Part 3. After the young master from the aristocratic family was sent flying by a single, soft shout from the Moon Angel, the number of onlookers dwindled dramatically. Everyone knows this young master from a prominent family. He's a renowned figure in the area, having reached the human immortal realm. Now he's been so easily knocked unconscious, making everyone realize that the Moon Angel is not to be trifled with. If they're not to be trifled with, then don't mess with them. People consciously stopped looking at the Moon Angels and observed each other instead, and the market returned to its previous state. Moon Angel said to Qiu Lin, "Let's continue buying." Qiu Lin continued selecting materials. He could buy all the basic materials here, and the prices weren't too expensive. Of course, these vendors also saw the power of the Moon Angel and dared not set prices too high. If they did, Qiu Lin would immediately see through it and start bargaining, so the prices were still quite reasonable. By the end of the day, Qiu Lin had selected hundreds of materials and prepared all the basic materials. This pleased Moon Angel greatly. If it were her, it would have taken her several days to buy it, and the price would have been several times higher. At night, in a nearby inn, Moon Angel and Xiao Lin were comparing the world-class teleportation array to confirm that the basic materials were ready. There are still two things missing. Starry Sky Guide Map. World Coordinates. Just like the world coordinates and star map obtained in the 10 locations. Even in the cold moonlight, one must obtain these two things. The only difference is that the Moon Angel carries the blade of the boundary. World coordinates are easy to obtain. They are relatively rare, but in reality, most people who obtain them find them useless, Xiao Lin said. Do you know where there is one? Moon Angel asked, looking at the diagram of the world-class teleportation array. I know someone who has it, but they definitely won't give it to us, Xiao Lin nodded and said. Why won't you give it to us? The Moon Angel asked, though she was willing to pay a lot of divine resources to buy it. You killed young Master Qing Feng because of you. Do you think the Qing family, an imperial clan, would give you the world coordinates? Xiao Lin said helplessly. In the hands of the Qing family? Moon Angel frowned. To be precise, he's in the hands of the young master of Qing Feng's brother. He's not as weak as the young master of Qing Feng. He's known as one of the 10 tigers of the Qing family. Although he's ranked last, he's still not someone to be trifled with. Xiao Lin knew all this information. When the young master of Qing Feng was chasing him, he thoroughly investigated the Qing family and obtained a lot of information. Where is this person now? The Moon Angel asked. You're going to find him? Xiao Lin asked in surprise. We must obtain the world coordinates. The world coordinates of Han Yue Tian can guide Master here. I promised Master that I would set up the teleportation array, the Moon Angel said firmly. We don't need to contact the people from the Imperial family. This person is one of the 10 tigers, not a weakling like the young master of Qing Feng. He's not someone to be trifled with, Xiao Lin said worriedly, offering his suggestion. What's your idea? Moon Angel asked Xiao Lin. Auctions and treasure hunting in various markets, Xiao Lin said. How long will it take? Moon Angel asked, getting to the heart of the matter. Xiao Lin fell silent. He couldn't give an exact time. In fact, he himself didn't know how much time it would take. This method can obtain world coordinates. But what about time? Time is a big problem. It is possible to obtain it within a year. It is possible to obtain it within 10 years. It can be obtained even in 100 years. But neither could the Moon Angel, nor could Li Xiandao. Therefore, the Moon Angel still chose to go find one of the 10 tigers of the Qing family to obtain the world coordinates. Then go get the world coordinates and give me some divine resources. I'll go buy you the starry sky guiding map. Xiao Lin thought for a moment and decided to split up. If Moon Angel goes to deal with one of the 10 tigers of the Qing family, Xiao Lin will be a burden and will only drag Moon Angel down, making it impossible for her to concentrate. You might as well buy a star chart. Can I buy a starry sky navigation map? The Moon Angel asked in surprise. This is good news. Problems that can be solved with divine power are not problems. When leaving the Heaven and Earth Bank, Shao Qi gave Moon Angel a massive amount of divine resources. It could be said that most of the divine resources that the Heaven and Earth Bank had earned in the process of collecting contracts were given to Moon Angel. Not to mention the dozens of divine veins and such. All of it was given to the Moon Angel. The Moon Angel is very wealthy now. These divine sources are a considerable fortune in the cold moon heaven. Of course you can buy them. I know a place called Tiangongfang that specializes in selling these magical artifacts. They can draw and copy the starry sky guiding map themselves a long time ago, so they can mass produce them, Xiao Lin said. Find this Tiangongfang shop and you can buy the starry sky guiding map. The Moon Angel said with satisfaction. All right, I'll give you 1 million divine resources. Go buy the starry sky guiding map. Once you've bought it, come and meet me immediately. I'll also return here after I get the world coordinates, and we'll meet here. Xiao Linjian nodded and said, no problem. By the way, I'll teach you a technique for traversing the void. Try your best to master it. If you encounter someone you can't defeat or your life is in danger, traverse the void. Don't fight them. Protect yourself and wait for me to return, the Moon Angel said. Okay. Qiu Lin's eyes lit up with joy. This was a great way to save his life. The Moon Angel immediately taught Qiu Lin the complex restrictions of the six-pointed star, saying, "Try to master it. The spiritual energy of cold moon heaven is dozens, even hundreds of times that of the 10 Earths. Cultivating here is incredibly fast." Qiu Lin grinned and said, "Then let's split up now. I'll go find Tiangong Fang, and you go find the 10 tigers of the Qing family. I'll give you their location and the map." Moon Angel nodded, reached out and took the map Qiu Lin had bought during the day, and nodded gently as she looked at the places Qiu Lin had marked. She wasn't too far away, a distance of 100,000 miles, so the Moon Angel could get there quickly. After all, she controlled the restrictions that allowed her to traverse the void. Qiu Lin was decisive. After attempting to cross the void several times, he immediately left, practicing as he went. With his God King body and the talent of God King Berry's Pure Land, it was relatively easy for him to control. The Moon Angel left the inn and hid in the deep mountains and forests to begin condensing her inner world. In the 10 lands, she broke through to the 33rd step of the legendary realm, but did not condense her own cave heaven. Now, using the immense energy of the cold moon heaven, she has begun to condense her own cave heaven. The ultimate power of the lower realm has condensed into 5 grotto heavens in this world. It is equivalent to the ultimate power of 10 earthly realms, which is equivalent to the 5th level of the cave heaven realm in the 9 heavens. After condensing the grotto heaven, the Moon Angel took out dragon tooth rice and began to consume it to cultivate. A single grain of dragon tooth rice may seem to possess immense energy in the 10 earths, but in the 9 heavens, it's equivalent to a powerful tonic. Even if you eat it all, it won't fill a single cave heaven. It would take 10 grains of dragon tooth rice to fill a single cave heaven. The Moon Angel swallowed 100 dragon tooth rice grains at once, filling herself up to bursting. Then, with the help of this immense spiritual energy, she took another step and arrived at the 6th level of the cave heaven realm. There are 6 grotto heavens, each of which is equivalent to a section of the Yellow River or the Yangtze River, vast and mighty. Moon Angel stood up, looked into the distance, and her eyes hardened. "We must get our hands on the world coordinates.